Did we turn them off?
You need to turn them on or something.
Well, we didn't turn them on.
I'm trying to find the buttons since all those are in the hole now. There we go. First one on the corner. Right-hand side. Sorry, guys. And ladies.
It's okay.
It's not 6 o'clock yet.
Got one more minute. Whoa. Oh, did I see your chair? Top camera. It's not on yet. Okay, motion vote time.
It's 6 p.m. February 10th, 2022. We're here to commence the Trinity County Planning Commission. During public comment period, members of the public may address the Planning Commission on matters not listed on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Is there any public comment?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Tom Belenko of Douglas City. I wanted to talk about one thing that's not on the agenda tonight, has been on the agenda for the last 2 Planning Commission meetings that were both canceled, which is what we call stacking. And what that is combining more than one cannabis license on a single parcel. Since I think, Mr. Chair, you're the only one here that might go back as far as 2016 when we were wrestling with how to create these regulations, there was a time when Trinity County was actually ahead of the game with regulations. Our commercial cannabis cultivation ordinance came out years before the state released regulations. At that time, many of us, myself included, thought that the state was going to limit cultivation to 1 cultivation license per person, and that the maximum size someone could have would be 1 acre, and our ordinance reflected that. When Prop 64 passed, we saw the state changed, or maybe didn't change, just didn't enforce it that way. So now you can only have a single 1 acre license, but you can have 20, 50, 100, and entities do have hundreds of 10,000 square foot licenses. So Trinity still has our 1 license per parcel, except in the case of the 15 1 acre license applications, one of which is on the agenda tonight. I think stacking is a good idea for Trinity County. We've been treating every parcel across the boards as equal. That means a 4 acre RR parcel in Lewiston has, according to our code, the same carrying capacity as a square mile in holding in a national forest. So I agree there was a conservative approach to licensing at the beginning. I think it evened the floor, and I think it was appropriate. Now we have a certified FEIR. We have mechanisms to evaluate environmental impacts of these licenses. I think we ought to let those control. We ought not be in the business of socioeconomic engineering. We ought to be focused on environmental concerns, neighborhood concerns. We're entering what is undoubtedly the most challenging year for commercial cannabis. There are 3 active licenses in the county right now. You probably are more familiar with that than I am. Prices are a 1/5 of what they were in 2018 in real dollars. Unfortunately, some people in the licensing arena are going to fail this year. Some may succeed. If we can take those licenses and focus them on properties that
Thank you,
are
Tom.
successful.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Justin Hawkins, Safe Work. I wanted to talk about the election of chair and vice chair coming up. for the,
Excuse me, I think that's item number 1, so there'll be time to speak about that during item number 1.
okay. So there was another matter I wanted to just mention. It hasn't come before the commission probably for a couple of years, but I think it's winding its way through planning department right now, and that's the Class K housing ordinance. It's called limited density rural dwelling, something like that. But last time it came before the commission, it was very well received. I think it was unanimous support for it moving forward, and it just ultimately died beyond that for, I don't really know, but the supervisors never wanted to move it forward. But I don't know of anything that could probably be more important for the county of Trinity, and with the fires and just how expensive it is to build a house, and to get a contractor that's even, competent, or anybody to help you build a house, it's just impossible anywhere, especially here. And it's not like for myself, I have a permitted house, but there's a lot of people out there that need help. And I don't know what more, like in the spirit of Trinity County, what is more, the doing it yourself and kind of building your own homestead. So I would hope that when it comes before you, you guys can all find a way to support the effort. And I don't really know what it's going to contain, but I would also encourage you to find a way to not have sprinkler systems be required. It's a very expensive burden process, especially for an existing building or one that's going to be replaced from a fire or something like that. And I would think that the homeowner can take responsibility for the potential fire hazard for that or whatnot, but that's part of what comes with living in a rural area. You are responsible for yourself in a lot of ways. So anyways, I don't know when it's going to come before you, but I just urge you to support it as best you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't want Class K housing. It's a mess. Just go to Humboldt. It's a mess everywhere. You want to see what Class K housing looks like? Go to
Can
the
you
Pines,
identify
those
yourself,
mountains. Check it
please?
out. Justin Kerwick.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Brower from Junction City. I just wanted to speak to the ongoing, or what has been really years of, an overloaded, overworked planning staff. And, I know you Commissioners have gotten many, many earfuls for a long, long time. And, but I have to say that, our staff faces challenges that are very real. And in recent times, we've seen them do a lot with very little. And it does seem there's a tremendous effort on their part to really get things moving and unplug the blockages. And I think recently we are seeing more communication and a willingness on their part to get her done. So I just wanted to say thanks, and good luck tonight. And I think lots of people in this room have had lots of frustrations over the years, and I'm hopeful that we can keep moving forward. And thank you, staff.
Is there any public comment online? Okay. If there's no more public comment, we will go to the regular calendar items. Item number 1 is the rotation of the chair.
Okay, I'm going to take this one.
Okay.
Done a little research on where we were, how we got where we are, and in the beginning of 2021, January meeting was canceled. The February meeting we came into with just 3 commissioners. And at that meeting, it was decided to move District 4 in for vice chair. District 3 was Ms. Stewart, and that was her position for that year. And District 2 was vacant at the time, which would have been the vice chair. So thusly, it was decided to move District 4 to there. Then in, let's see, June 10th of 2021, Commissioner Stewart resigned. And Commissioner Barrett, I think, was very newly appointed that day. And we moved Commissioner McIntosh to chair and Commissioner Sharp to vice chair. And in my notes from the meeting, because there was some question about if it would stay that way for 2022. Okay.
The Zoom went down for a minute.
Okay, and that it would be, we would address it again for 2022. And that's where we are right now. So to go back onto the rotation per Ordinance 89, PC Ordinance Resolution 8905, to be back on track would be to have District 2 chair and District 4 for vice chair. And in 2023, District 4 would move into chair and District 1 would move up to vice chair. And those are what my research determined. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So, District 4 was vice chair. The first meeting was cancelled January and then February, so.
Appointed in February meeting.
Appointed in February. So District 4 was appointed a chair, or vice chair, and District 3 was appointed chair in February. So February, March, April, May. So for 4 meetings, District 3 was the chair and District 4 was the vice chair. Then through Commissioner Stewart stepping down and appointing me, that flip-flopped 4 into that position on June 10th. So we lost 1 in August, right, for the fire. And then we had September, October, and December was cancelled. So July, September, October. So Commissioner, Commissioner McIntosh has only filled the position of 4 meetings through scheduling conflicts and cancellations. I don't believe it's fair to then flip-flop back. Commissioner McIntosh is doing an outstanding job in the chair, in my opinion. So 4 meetings in a year, I don't think is fair to the chair. I would suggest, at the very least, I mean, I don't know if we can, or it's something we have to deal with in January, but we didn't deal with in January, so I guess we can change our rules as we see. At the very least, Commissioner McIntosh should run his term for a year, i.e. running until June, in my opinion, if not the rest of this year. He should have a full 12 months in the chair, and if that's not the case, I would suggest if it has to run to the end of the year, then so be it.
The minutes state that it was for to be then for the year of 2021. And for us, we look at the PC resolutions on how things are to follow rotations at the beginning of every year. You know, having COVID and snowstorms and all that stuff, yeah, kind of, maybe somebody doesn't get as many times to actually sit, but that nonetheless they are still in that position. So it was mentioned in the minutes of July 8 that it would be discussed in February. for how to determine the rotation.
Well, I appreciate that perspective. If there is a particular order that is traditional, that from one district to the next, and if that gets back onto that order, then if that's appropriate,
It
I'm
makes
happy with
life
that.
easier for the
Yeah.
rotation, for the codes and things.
Mhm. What's the commission think?
I think it's not giving you a fair shot at the position, but if that's the way it has to be, then that's the way it has to be.
That's the rotation.
Yep.
That's the order, and we went out of order
Sure.
because of the lack of
People.
people and experience.
Sure.
Special
in
circumstance.
special circumstance.
Correct.
And so it makes sense to go back into the order.
I agree with that, but I have to second with what Rory was saying. You did an outstanding job filling in on the fly by the seat of your britches like you had to, but it's like you did an outstanding job. And I do personally think that we should try this for the sake of making it as easy and as uniform as we can, just stick with the rotation as well.
Makes sense?
So the staff recommendation is that the chair be District 2?
The chair be District 2 and vice chair District 4, and that gets us back on track with the resolution guidelines.
And next year you'll have opportunity to be back in the chair,
Yeah.
so it'll be good.
I'm happy to serve in whatever capacity. So would that need a motion? We vote upon that?
I think since it's mandated by code that it shouldn't need a vote, but we should have our county council, Sean, available if he would like to weigh in.
I would vote. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion. I make a motion that we do the rotation, putting Representative Sharp as the chair, and it's from District Number 2, and Mr. Duncan and from Vice Chair from District 4, and get back on the rotation
For 2022.
for 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
If we take public comment as well.
Thank you. Yes. Before we vote on that, we'll have public comment.
I'm not here for public comment, I just want to remind you that when you're talking, you should be talking to the audience, some of which are conversations we can't hear.
Okay.
And so we need to be on the mics and be making sure that the audience can, because when you're talking to each other, we can't necessarily hear what you're saying. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this matter?
Public comment on Zoom, okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm giving notes out. Chris Williams, Weaverville. This has been a very chaotic year, talking about special circumstances, and I would urge you to allow Commissioner McIntosh, who's been an amazing job being a leader of this wonderful commission, to continue serving, just for finally being able to count on who's the chair. And this kind of creative time in the Planning Commission, in the Planning Department in general. So just in terms of having a little bit of like, all right, we know what's going on, I would urge you to continue to let Commissioner McIntosh serve and create this as a special circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one on Zoom also.
Okay. Go ahead. On Zoom?
Okay, Lisa Wright here, Lewiston. Just a comment, I would also ask the commission to consider retaining Chair McIntosh for a full year. It has not been common practice. I've never seen it happen where a new commissioner who hasn't served at least a year becomes the chair because they lack kind of the experience of the position of the commission. So to move to District 1, who was only in a few meetings last year for a few months, I think could be detrimental to the continuity of the Planning Commission. So I would ask that you not vote for that motion and to reconsider having Duncan stay on, or Chair McIntosh, for a full term, full year as chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? Okay.
I just want to say under discussion, I don't think that trying to get back into the rotation that the Planning Commission guidelines suggest is any reflection on how great a job Duncan's doing. That's obvious. It's more it's just like trying to get back into the routine and the recommendations of the, how the Planning Commission's always rotated the chair and vice chair.
We did have one more on Zoom. Or on Zoom.
Okay.
Did they put their hand up? Oh, there she is. Okay. Carla?
Oh, hi, sorry about that. I'm a little late to hit the button. This is Carla Avila here from High and Palm. And I did have a public comment related to this item. I'm wondering if we are considering, I don't know what the protocol is as far as if Chair McIntosh is to then be, if we are then going to move on to the next district, taking over the chair, what happens to the rotation after that? I'm in District 4 now. I guess my concern is that is it then that District 4's turn to be chair it becomes very, very short, and then just to echo what other commenters were saying, it creates this kind of disruptive sort of sense to how the Planning Commission is operating and to the smoothness during these times that are pretty not smooth in a lot of ways, to be quite frank. And so having that sort of cohesion in the Planning Commission, I think, is a really important consideration, but also just in light of what is happening with the rotation, it's hard. Maybe I just don't have all the information there. So I think there's a concern not only for there to be such a short term that then has to be kind of reinstated, and then we have to bring in somebody new and go through that process, which I understand is normal and typical when the time comes, but considering the circumstances and how things have been during these kind of difficult times, whether it makes sense to have that sense of cohesion. And then if we move on to the next district as chair, what happens to District 4's turn to serve? Does that chair then go back into some sort of order that we accidentally fell out of? So I guess I don't have a clear direction of what I'm advocating for, other than the consideration of keeping District 4's chair for cohesive purposes, and then just for trying to ensure that as we move through the districts, the timing makes sense for how long people are serving in a role before we're switching it all up again. So those are the comments I have about just considering this matter, and I appreciate the opportunity.
So I have a question for staff. Am I correct in understanding that 2024 District 4 would be the chair again?
In 2023.
2023. So next year, Chairman Duncan would come back as chair next year.
Correct. And that's being on the rotation per the PC resolution.
So you have that continuity there.
2030, actually.
So he would be vice chair this year, but back to being chair next year.
In 23, yes.
Which is the traditional rotation.
Yeah, and by moving their positions for this year is getting back to traditional rotation.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table to get back into the rotation and have District 2 chair for 2022 and District 4 be the vice chair. Is there an alternative motion on the table? If not, we can go to a vote.
Want to go roll call?
Sure.
Commissioner Fall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you, unanimous.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen.
Switch this. Yeah.
Thanks, sir. Good job. Okay, well, I'd like to start by saying thank you to my fellow commissioners and the public comment and staff. I look forward to doing my best at chair for the duration of the year. I do want to start by just kind of bringing us back to some basics. And so I'd like to open each meeting this year with a Pledge of Allegiance. I think we're going to follow the method that the Board of Supervisors uses. I just think it reminds us all of who we are, what we are, and what we're here to do, and who we're here to serve. We are county employees. We serve this county, we serve the state, and so forth, the nation. And I just like that to be a reminder at each meeting. And participate, don't participate, it's really not about that, but I think it's a good place where we can all get back to and maybe come to some kind of a meeting of the minds and hearts. So with that, I would like to open with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, moving on to item 2, be approving the minutes from November 18th, 2021 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
It's just down to the 3 of you since I was absent.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is passed. Item 3 is the appeal of the planning director's decision, P-21-42. An appeal of planning director's decision to deny a commercial cannabis license application CCL-787 for 380 Leslie Lane, Weaverville. Appellant Yazin Abdul Latif Farmer Boys LLC. Assessor parcel number 024-6070-058-00 and 024-670-029-000. Brought forth by planner Lisa Lozier.
So I'm going to actually turn that over to our assistant planner, Skylar Fisher. She prepared the staff report and is prepared to present the item.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm going to spend the next few minutes discussing item 3, which is the appeal of the director's decision to deny the commercial cultivation license application for CCL 787. The appeal was brought forth by Yazin Abdul Latif, and there are 2 main reasons as to why the CCL application was denied. We go into detail in the staff report and in this discussion right here. The first reason is that the cultivation site has incompatible zoning, which allows for the use of commercial cannabis cultivation. So the cultivation site is on APN 024-670-058-000, and the dwelling is on APN 024-670-029-000. And so the cultivation site is currently split zoned as both open space and specific unit development, SUD. And so for open space, in the zoning description, it's typically intended for the protection of significant wildlife or for areas which shouldn't be developed as to maintain public safety and health. And attachment 8 has an excerpt describing that section of the Trinity County Code. The second zone, the SUD, is the Weaver Valley SUD, which currently doesn't have written guidelines. Now, according to the Weaverville Community Plan, which we have an excerpt of that for attachment 4, it states, prior to further development in this area, and that's the Weaver Valley SUD, a detailed schematic plan and development guidelines will need to be prepared. Now, since these guidelines have yet to be created, commercial cannabis cultivation is not consistent with the SUD or with the Weaverville Community Plan. So for both zones in the split zone, it is incompatible with the use of commercial cannabis cultivation. Now, the second reason for denial is that the proposed cultivation will be located within the Weaverville Community Services District. Now, per Trinity County Code Section 17.43.050A7, which is attachment 7, which has that code referenced, it states that commercial cannabis operations shall not be allowed within the Weaverville Community Services District. So due to that, we cannot allow for this application to be further processed. So due to those reasons, in combination, staff recommends that the Planning Commission first open public comment, then close public comment, and then vote to uphold the director's decision to deny the application for CCL 787. And if you have any questions, I will answer them to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff?
I have one question. So are they proposing to obtain water for the cultivation from the CSD or from a well or some other source?
I don't have that information in front of me presently, but it's just within that specific code section. It says that if it's in the boundaries of the WCSD, then it will not allow for cultivation activities.
Right, I understand that. Thank you.
Do we have any further comment or questions? I'd like to open it up to public comment at this time.
Marie Peterson, Weaverville. I'm representing Yazan on this project, and I'd like to actually present the board with part of what I turned in as the appeal, so you can see that both of the reasons for denial are incorrect. The first page is an email from Kim Hunter stating that under these circumstances, the residence that is within the Weaverville Water District can be used to meet the residency requirement as long as the cultivation does not occur within the Community Services District, which it does not. The water source is from a groundwater well, not from the municipal water source. The second page is a map showing that the entire commercial cannabis premises is actually completely outside of the open space zoning area. And if you will read through the cannabis cultivation ordinance, you'll see that SUD zoning is not called out as a zone that is excluded from cannabis cultivation licensing. In addition, the guidelines for development of this property in the SUD community expansion zone has not happened in over 20 years. And when we first brought this property to Kim Hunter, we actually did suggest a major subdivision and were told that this was not a good project in that area. So being that this project meets all of the guidelines in the cannabis cultivation ordinance, in the commercial cannabis ordinance, including distance from the school. It exceeds all the setbacks from the high school, the neighboring residences, the parcel lines. We designed the project in an environmentally superior way so that it's not visible from the highway, won't be visible from the high school. It's on a large tract of land that was a legacy cultivation site, and in the absence of any complaints or impacts that were already noticed, it's assumed that the impacts from the legal operation would not be more severe than the impacts of the illegal operation that was there historically. As part of this project, remediation of the legacy impacts from cannabis cultivation will be part of the project. There will be 2 stream crossings decommissioned and pulled out of the open space zoning. And the client, Yazan, has actually been so invested in the community that he's decided to purchase a residence here and reside in the community so that he can provide jobs and commerce in this town where we're watching restaurants and shops close almost on a daily and weekly basis. So looking at the facts, I urge you to look at the evidence in front of you today and approve this project that has the cannabis cultivation only outside of the opt-out area and allowing the residents to meet the residency requirement as Kim had already approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Good evening, Kevin, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Jordan Brooks. We've resided on Leslie Lane for 20 years now. I've worked for the Postal Service here in town. We've been here since I was in getting high in preschool. Not a whole lot of a height increase, huh, folks? I want to thank each of you for being here for a long weekend. I appreciate your time this evening.
Can you move the microphone down just a little bit?
Yes. Can you hear me okay? Okay, perfect. So we've had several issues actually with the increased traffic coming up. I've got a list of several vehicles that, well, we put up a sign about 10 miles an hour. What I should say about Leslie Lane, if it's all right if I bring this up here? So this is a map actually of Leslie Lane.
Do you have 10 of them?
No, I don't have 10, unfortunately. So if the board can kind of see here, Leslie Lane, when you come down, so when you come into Leslie Lane off the 299, there's a total of 4 blind corners. So it's a 1-lane, 1-car road, solid dirt, not paved. Mr. Kerwick has taken the initiative himself to try to upkeep, fill in the potholes. Unfortunately, it's been to no avail with the, I mean, we are talking literally 10 to 12 cars every week, every day, all hours of the day and night. I myself am up at 6 a.m. every morning. There's a Toyota 4Runner that comes up at 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night with music so loud you can actually hear it from Trinco. Down the highway, I mean, they just fly up and down the hill. I've almost been hit head on myself. Several of my other neighbors have almost been hit head on myself by the increased traffic from the tenant up there. It's been a nightmare. I mean, my home, I consider my sanctuary. I mean, we've lived in Trinity County for the, hey, you bump into Joe at the store, how's the wife, how's the kids doing? We lived here for the small town life, and it's just been a nightmare. So it behooves me to implore this board to maintain the denial of this. Anyone that considers our home or sanctuary appreciates the small town life we have here on your road. Please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Is there any more? Yep.
Let's see if I can fix that. Hey, Justin Kerwick, we own property on Leslie Lane. And it's nice that Abdul is going to move here and make everything wonderful and give us all sorts of money and such. Well, I still wait for the wilderness to start. It's been waiting for 5 years, nothing's happened. So, Commission had it right the first time. Deny it. No, thank you. You're in a residential area with residential housing in there, nice houses. It's not a marijuana growing area. Okay? So, the road itself is dust, basically, during the summer. It's a very narrow road, it's windy. It has a small rock, surfacing on it. But it's not made for commercial traffic, it's residential. The road was built for residential purposes to service the houses that are there. Not for large water tenders carrying 3,000 gallons, not for fertilizer trucks going in and out, not for constant traffic of the unknown people that will be moving in and out of there. So you're going to pound the hell out of that road because that's his access. And once he expands to the next lot over somehow, then, you know, that road's going to become his access, which was never intended for adjourning parcel. So that's one of the deal with the road. It's not a engineered road for that type of activity. Occasional truck deliveries, that's, yeah, but when you start pounding the hell out of it, it's just going to be a pile of junk. And people don't care about it because they're just moving in and out. They're here to grow their product and nothing else. So it's like, okay, we're going to put a grow up there. It's like having a pig farm next to you. I've already dealt with that over when I'm on Valdor. I didn't complain too much, but eventually, of course, everything burned up. So, you know, that's the way that went. So, you know, you got this constant stench coming down the hill. At night, you're going to get an inversion shift. So the hot air lifts and all the cold air drops. And all that crap's going right down to Weaverville. Right to the hospital or the high school is going to settle. All those houses below us, they're all upscale houses. They're going to be smelling that stuff for weeks on end. It's not, you can't open your door, you can't open your windows. It's a mess. So you got that issue. Then you got noise. So you have impacts to, I'm going to do an indoor grower. Well, it takes, you know, you can't have just 200 watts. You have to 800 watts or, you know, for service to grow all those lights and such. And the wires are buried underground. They're meant for residential servicing, not commercial. So as soon as you start putting a draw on that, you're going to burn all the damn wires up, or you're going to take a draw on everybody else's.
Thank you, Justin. Your time is up.
So soon?
I'm sorry.
Thank you for your comment. Is there any more comment from the lobby or here in the room?
All right, I'll do it. Mr. Abdulatif, I'm trying to get the license on the property. These are all my neighbors. I haven't met them yet. So I guess the dirt road is the problem, so I could just build a whole new road what doesn't have any traffic coming through it from the Weaver Valley section from the back, so none of them can, or they can all be at ease. There'll be no truckloads of dirt and there'll be no truckloads of water. I got my own wells. I've been living here for 5 years now. Just trying to grow cannabis legally. I moved out here to California for cannabis, so this is the weed state of the world. I would accept, you know what I'm saying? That's what everyone says. Trinity County is kind of not on the map for marijuana. It's usually, everyone's always talking about Humboldt County. So we're just trying to put Trinity County on the map, you know? Because I know a lot of farmers that are going broke. And they can't get more than $300 a pound for their weed. So we're just here to let them know that Trinity grows the best marijuana in the world, and so we can get a higher price for our cannabis out here. But yeah, I can deal with all the neighbors' issues. There won't be nothing but greenhouses up there, so the smell of marijuana will be contained in pixie glass greenhouses, so there will be no smell of marijuana. There will be exhaust fans. There will be like what the future holds for at least Trinity, I would expect. that's pretty much it. If there's any other issues, we could always solve them. I do have 2 wells on my property, and I don't mind drilling a couple more, you know? I do have 150 acres of land on top of the hill. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Good evening, new Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Tom Malenko, Douglas City. I think the operative word here is planning commission. This is a difficult question. I think it's easy to make a decision based on neighbors' concerns, and those are valid concerns. But the reason we have planning and ordinances for land use is so that people can read these ordinances and find out where to invest their money, what kind of projects to propose. So we also have an environmental document that explains many of the impacts we're talking about: traffic, noise, road impacts, smell. Each one of those has mitigation measures that have been approved, certified to reduce those impacts to less than significant. That's a document that we already have, it's certified. So that's not how this question is being framed. What this question is being framed, and I actually don't know the answers, I didn't read this stuff, is this proposed location legally permissible by the way the ordinance is written? And that is the question before you. Like I said, I don't have that information, I can't tell you. Certainly the consultant made what sounds like a compelling case. If it's not in the open space zoning, and it's not within the CSD, then like it or not, it is within a legal zone for cannabis cultivation. Later, while the CEQA document, the Appendix C, that would be required after this were to move forward, other of these concerns would be addressed. Are these mitigation measures appropriate? Is there something unique that means these mitigation measures don't reduce these impacts? That's a different question on a different day. Today, this evening, the question is the location actually legal within the ordinance? And I just hope you focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any further comments here in the room? Anybody online? Oh, we have somebody here.
Hello. I'm Jim Cloud. I'm a neighbor to the property in question. I have 2 pieces of property, one which can completely see the current house. I'd like to ask this commission to reject the appeal of this proposed commercial cannabis grow. We live in a beautiful area that has ample remote areas where a commercial cannabis grow would be acceptable. These areas are not in residential neighborhoods, they're not within the water district's boundaries, and they're certainly not in close proximity and upwind of a local high school. This project's location violates all acceptable criteria. I hope this commission will take a stand and unanimously vote to reject this. And as far as his comments about mitigating things for the neighbors, the fact of the matter is we don't want them there. You know, we've asked for an area where we can live, where we can come home after work and we don't have to smell it and everything like that. And as far as the illegal operation that has been operation, it has been a problem. You sit outside, you do have to smell it. That's not what we want to deal with. So we're just asking that you guys take a stand and say, hey, get this stuff in an area of Trinity County where it belongs. It does not belong in Newville. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you for your comments.
Chairman Sheriff, if I may. I'm receiving text that the Zoom audio is not working.
It's on.
Okay. They say that it's saying that it's spotty. It's on and off. It's numerous people.
Oh,
It could be.
it could be just the Zoom itself, because it shut down and then rebooted back up again on me a couple times.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Speaking of Zoom, do we have anybody on Zoom? there's no further public comment, I'd like to bring it back to the board for discussion.
I have a question. So the document that was provided by the Weaverville Community Services District shows that the proposed cultivation area is definitely within their boundaries, correct?
That's what I see.
Yeah.
Where is it?
So,
Right here.
so,
See the screen spot? This is the district boundary, yellow.
so the reason for denial too would still be valid.
I didn't receive that picture either.
I didn't see it either, because I had been looking, I hadn't seen it.
So you've got that.
Correct.
This page. No, we don't.
This was the amended part,
It's part of the
amendment.
Yeah, the amendment.
Oh,
You guys got it?
It's an extra attachment.
That
you guys
one.
got it? Okay, now, I'm following. Okay.
So the part you see in yellow is the CSD water district boundary. The green rectangle that you see with inside the red outline of the property is the proposed grow location, which does appear to be wholly in the district boundary. That would be this map right here.
Yep, green spot, I see it.
CSD. Any other questions, commissioners?
I have one comment about this boundary. This is actually the sphere of influence, I believe, not the actual boundary, because if you look at the Weaverville opt-out area, which was provided by David Colbeck, and it's a spatial data from the county, the Weaverville CSD boundary, it comes right through Leslie Lane, and this larger parcel is excluded. This is the sphere of influence. This is not the boundary.
Do you have a map to show that?
This is the information that we got from the CSD showing their boundary.
The map that we're referring to, ma'am, it says CSD district boundary 2020. So I don't know if...
What page is that on?
This is our,
This is the
Can
memo.
can you provide her with a map, please?
Yeah. So this was a recent annexation?
We couldn't answer that question, ma'am. I'm going to bring it back to the commission. Is there any other comment in regards to boundaries?
Based on the maps that we have at hand, it is in the community service district, which is outside of the scope of the ordinance. It is an opt-out zone.
Correct. That's what I see.
And I'll add, I did drive up Leslie Lane today, and I do understand the concerns about the condition of the road and the one-laneness of it and all the turns and everything. It is not in the reasons for denial, but that I could understand the neighbor's concern. So I would move that the commission uphold the director's decision to deny the application for Ccl 787. Sorry, I know it's cutting out. Should I repeat that?
Yeah, go ahead and please repeat that.
I move that we uphold the director's decision to deny the application for Ccl 787.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Or do we need to do roll call on that?
I don't think we need roll call, but I would appreciate going one by one.
Okay.
Unless you want a roll call, I'll be happy to do it.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
motion is passed. Okay, moving on to item number 4, Subdivision Modification P21-39. A request for a post-approval modification of 3 portions of the private access road for a 2-parcel subdivision map, 16-25. The project site is located at 531 Schoolhouse Road, Burnt Ranch. Applicant Tyler Thompson, assessor parcel number 008-820-001. Planner Lisa Lozier.
Good evening, everyone. Lisa Lozier, Interim Director of Building and Planning. I will be presenting item number 4 for you this evening. This is a request for a modification of conditions for a post-approval tentative map. So this map, this is a project, 2-parcel land division that has come before the Planning Commission. The map number was P1625. And it was originally approved in June 8th of 2017. So since the map was approved, Mr. Thompson has been working on meeting the conditions of approval in order to get his map final. And while they were putting in the roadway, they had run into some difficulties in meeting the very specific conditions that were required by the Department of Transportation that meet county standards as far as the development of roads that would be required to serve 2 parcels. So Mr. Thompson is requesting that modifications be made to those conditions that will allow him to move forward and record his map. So in your packet, and I think that is at attachment 3, there is a drawing that shows how the roadway is laid out, and it also has 3 areas that have been highlighted and have notes that list them as variance area 1, 2, and 3. So we'll go through those, what the request is, and then because the conditions that they're asking to modify were placed by the Department of Transportation. We've been working with Mr. Pence from Department of Transportation in regard to those conditions and what his response is to the request for modification. So if we go to request number 1, that's variance area 1 on your map. The subdivision modification request regarding condition approval for item D1A, and that is the number of the condition in the conditions of approval, which is also an attachment in your packet. That condition requires an 18-foot road width to be constructed. The existing roadway is 12 foot wide through this location where the road becomes a bottleneck as a result of existing improvements made by the applicant's neighbor. The constraints imposed include steep slopes, fence lines, and minimal setbacks from existing residential structures. To accommodate the conditional request, the applicant would have to relocate the neighbor's fence and would need to regrade the fenced yard space and potentially move or impact mature trees and vegetations from the neighbor's yard. So the client and client's engineer who prepared much of the documentation feel that the existing 12-foot road width would be sufficient to meet the needs of access for that area. And the request is for a total linear length of 167 feet of roadway alignment for site for oncoming traffic and opportunity to coordinate for oncoming traffic to allow single lane traffic to pass, which would be a minimal concern. So the response from Department of Transportation recommends approval of the narrow road segment between the houses with the following mitigation. that adequate turnout area be provided on the west end of the short narrow road segment, and due to the terrain and alignment, that the site distance is not ideal and a turnout on the eastbound direction would mitigate that. A turnout may be required in addition to grading and road prep, but the topography allows this to be accomplished with minimal effort. So, and on request number 2, or for variance area number 2, also on attachment 3, the subdivision modification is requesting that, and this is on the same condition, D1A, that the required 18-foot road width and 12% maximum road alignment be constructed. The existing roadway is 12-foot wide and has 14% grade, which is roughly 189 linear feet of alignment. Existing constraints imposed are the corridors, steep slopes, and substantial cuts for fill and catch slopes. The client and engineer, the client being Mr. Thompson, of course, feel that the existing 12-foot road width has served the private residential parcels until now and can continue one additional parcel, which would be, the counting, because it's one parcel now only divided into 2, so one additional parcel would be sufficient to allow for traffic and single lane traffic to pass. The response from Department of Transportation recommends approval of this item at the steeper grade with the following mitigation. They're asking for the 14% grade segment to be paved to reduce erosion potential. And then on request for variance area number 3, that the subdivision modification be regarding the conditional approval, and this is a separate condition, D.2.A, requiring a maximum road alignment of 12% be constructed. The existing roadway alignment is currently 14% for approximately 100 linear feet of alignment. And item D.1.B states and allows for up to a 14% maximum grade for short distances, and the existing consistent conditions of the roadway satisfy this condition. Response from Department of Transportation does not approve the 14% grade for short distances in proximity to the intersection, as they feel it is a safety concern and potentially a drainage concern directly affecting the county road at the intersection. So that's the request and response. So approval with additional findings for the first 2, and a denial of the variance area number 3. So 4 modifications to conditions of approved maps. So a post-approval modification. The Trinity County Subdivision Ordinance requires that findings be made in order to approve those modifications. And so the findings, there's 4 findings, and that the property to be divided is such size and shape or is affected by such topographic conditions, sorry about that, or that there are such special circumstances or conditions affecting the property that it is impossible, impractical, or undesirable in the particular case to conform to the strict application of regulations. And staff response to that is the constraints from the project location are steep slopes, substantial cuts or fills for catch slopes, and regrading of the roadway alignment, as well as included steep slopes, fence lines, minimal setbacks from existing residential structures. To accommodate conditional requests, the applicant would have to relocate the neighbor's fence, regrade into fenced yard space, and potentially remove impact mature trees and vegetation in the neighbor's yard. So ultimately, strict adherence to these regulations is impractical and undesirable in this case. Sorry, need a drink. So finding number 2, that the cost to the subdivider of strict or literal compliance with the regulation is not the sole reason for granting the modification. So, and staff's response, based on the information provided, is that while the owner has expressed that a significant investment has been made in order to complete the required improvements, an additional cost would be incurred to meet the conditions as originally approved. They are not requesting the modifications would be cost prohibitive. In other words, that they could be done and that cost is not the only reason. And finding C, or the third finding, is that the modification will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or be injurious to other properties in the vicinity. And the response is based on the Department of Transportation to variance responses 1 and 2 and comments received from CAL FIRE representative, which is attachment 5 to your staff report, stating that the improvements to the road improve fire apparatus access, which is acceptable to the current plan, and recommends that no additional parcel splits would be acceptable past the parcel split that is currently being proposed, would be acceptable without doing additional road widening. So what the applicant is proposing, the modifications would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or be injurious to properties in the vicinity. And the final finding is that granting the modification is in accordance with the intent and purposes of these regulations and is consistent with the general plan and all other applicable specific plans of the county. So the response, the modifications as proposed for number 1 and number 2 meet the intent of the conditioning of subdivisions as set out in chapter 16.04.021, and that is of the Trinity County Subdivision Ordinance, and it meets the intent and purpose. And that is, that language is to ensure that insofar as possible, land is subdivided in a manner that will promote the health or public health, safety, and convenience, and general welfare in conformance with the general plan. So the environmental determination for this is exempt. This project for the modification itself is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and that a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the original map, which covers any kind of environmental impacts of the subdivision itself. So the modifications being requested are not an additional impact. Staff recommendation for the Planning Commission is to approve request for modification for variance areas number 1 and number 2, and that's regarding condition D.1.A as recommended by the Department of Transportation, and no change for modification of variance number 3, and that's condition D.1.B, based on the required findings listed in the PC Resolution 2022-01. And that completes my staff report, and I would be glad to answer questions. Also, Mr. Thompson is here this evening and has, you should have a memorandum in your packet of information. He brought pictures and some additional justification. And also, Mr. Pence from Department of Transportation is here to answer questions as well.
Thank you, Planning Director. Bring it back to planners. Do you guys have questions for staff? I do have a question. The 100-foot section of road that they're asking to be paved, how far is that from the intersection?
I think that includes from the intersection up the private road.
So the 14% starts at the intersection and goes up?
Well, that's variance area 2, which is kind of way down the road.
Yeah.
Now there's a 14% slope right here as well,
Okay.
right? So the slope.
Okay. Yeah. So is variance 3 where they're requesting the pavement?
That would be where they're requesting, let me get back to that part.
So variance area 2, that has a 14% grade segment that would be paved to reduce erosion potential, and variance area 2 is quite a ways away from it's all the way down here.
Right.
And the road's up here.
No.
It's at the end of the road.
So am I misunderstanding that, did they ask for pavement at the 14% or no?
Department of Transportation did ask for pavement.
Because of the grade?
Because of the grade.
And proximity to an intersection, correct?
No.
It's,
No, it wasn't.
no.
Okay.
Intersection.
No, I
So,
understand the map, I just thought I heard
I'm
her
sorry.
say that it was due to the intersection being there.
And that's my mistake. I
Okay.
apologize for that. So
Okay.
I was thinking about the intersection on the grade there because they have a steeper
Sure.
grade, but the pavement was requested for number 2, which is,
Understood, thanks for that
okay,
clarification.
sorry about that.
No problem.
I don't want to make it more confusing than it needs to be.
All right, is there any other questions for staff?
Yeah, I have one question. So what would be the reason to pave that section? I believe the elevation is under 2,000 feet in elevation. Doesn't really receive much snow at that elevation. Why would they pave that?
So I would love to have Mr. Pence answer that question.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open it up to you, Mr. Pence.
Okay, so the primary reason you would pave, when you get a steeper grade, then you start having water, instead of following the way you intend it to go, it tends to run down the road and cause rutting, and then also vehicles going up the road, as it steepens, if you have a gravel road, their wheels will spin and cause a lot more potholes and rutting in the aggregate, the base surfacing. Whereas if you pave it, you won't get that.
Thank you.
Is there any questions, more questions for staff?
I have one. On this road right here, is this a county maintained road? Or is this a privately maintained road?
Which one are you referring to?
This whole driveway right here where you're requiring him to be.
So the county maintained road is actually out, this is not a county maintained road. This is a gravel road that's going to be maintained by the property owners that live there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pence.
If you don't mind, Chair, Mayor.
Sure.
Interim Deputy Director with the Department of Transportation. So good evening, Chair, Commissioners, good to see you again. I just want to point out that grading, or the recommendation for grading, the requirement for grading at increasing slopes is a standard that would be applied across the county. So it's not specific to this location, but it's a standard, it's a principle that the Department of Transportation uses and applies as is appropriate. And our concern for erosion is in public safety, traveling public. If we're asked to provide our expertise in engineering or otherwise, I just wanted to say that it's not specific to this project, but one that is a general principle for all projects.
Thanks for that clarification. Okay, is there any other questions? No? I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment at this time.
Good evening, commissioners and folks from the county. My name is Nathaniel Grabett. I'm an LSIT with Trinity Valley Engineering. I have here, where am I headed now? A report that I've prepared that examines some of the county design standards, ordinances, and state law, and dives into some rumination about that and the application of it. So I'll get straight into it. Trinity County private roads that serve 4 parcels are allowed to have a gravel surface with a 12% maximum grade, 14% with a variance for short distances. In Humboldt County, the very same road that serves 4 parcels can have a gravel surface with a maximum grade of 20%, a variance of 24% for short distances. In Shasta and Mendocino County, it's a 16% grade. CAL FIRE emergency road access standard is 16% grade. I have come across within Trinity County and within Weaverville a deed document. There's an environmental constraint on Hidden Pond Road. It is a road that is very similar in nature to the subject road. That variance grants it a 16% grade and a gravel surface. So a precedent does exist within the county. Moving on. This project is a lot split. I want to be clear, there's some articulation needed that the road historically served 4 parcels and will continue to serve 4 parcels. If you look at the subdivision map, the resulting parcel is being served and the remainder parcel is served by Pony Express. So it was 4 and will remain 4. The Trinity County Subdivision Ordinance states that a parcel map is subject to discretionary review and conditions of approval that can impose reasonable on and off-site improvements. I can't find anywhere that defines reasonable within the ordinance. The road is a quarter mile long, almost half mile long. 4 parcels, no increase in traffic. The client has invested $70,000 into this road, a private, non-county maintained road. I question if that's reasonable. What percent of a potential land value sale resulting from a lot split is reasonable? Is 50% of the potential gross profit of a lot split spent on off-site improvements reasonable? How do we define that metric of what is reasonable in expenses? Black's Legal Dictionary states that reasonable is defined or synonymous with fair, proper, just, suitable under the circumstances, fit and appropriate to the end in view, we'll skip that one. Fair, suitable, moderate, tolerable. There's a new law at the state level, SB 9, went into effect on January 1st. It promotes housing density throughout the state, and it added language to the Subdivision Map Act. What that language did was it created a process to lot split in census-designated urban centers, so maybe not applicable to this, but a process to ministerially lot split. That means that it does not undergo discretionary review, and it does not receive conditions of approval. So there is now, in state law, a process to split lots within an urban center without conditions of approval. $0 spent on and off-site improvements. So, in highlight of that new change, I question then, is $70,000 spent on off-site improvements for a rural lot split just, fair, equitable, in comparison to a urban lot split that is free of those expenses? That's all I wanted to say, just seeds for rumination. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Is there any further public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Tyler Thompson, the applicant, so I don't know if I qualify as public comment or as a party in the project. But I just want to offer myself up for any questions, clarity on staff report, the memorandum I think it was referred to that I prepared, the photos that I submitted. Just to start with any questions from any of you that I could maybe clarify upon.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for Mr. Thompson?
How long has that road existed? Powerhouse? Powerhouse?
It existed long before I moved to the area, about 10 or 11 years ago. I would imagine it was put in originally to log in the 70s, if I had to guess, maybe in the 80s. And then I had done these fairly significant improvements, I believe 3 years ago. The road was in serious need of repair, having been built at that time, and just kind of limped along maintenance-wise up until as of recent. So.
Thank you.
I have one question, sir. I see, is your lot, your parcel that you have, is that the last one at the end of the road?
It is not. There is one, well, the way the lots are shaped is somewhat irregular, definitely not even anywhere close to square. So I have the section that is referred to as variance number 2 is an easement through a neighboring parcel that the road then continues on to access the top part of their property. So I don't know if that convolutes it even more, but no, there is an additional house farther up the road, but I also have access through that same parcel in the variance number 2 area roughly. So yeah, in highlighting, I guess, the additional traffic or possible traffic on the road, it currently, isn't existing. It has been for a long time. With current housing density standards, an AUD unit could be built as the property sits now unsubdivided. That would be accessed off of this road. If the subdivision is finally recorded, there could be 2 dwelling units up on that parcel number 2 that would be accessed off this road. So it would be one additional parcel from what could additional dwelling unit would be legal as opposed to what currently would be allowed under zoning laws. And then just to, I guess, if there were no further questions, just to reiterate, I'm not developer. I know I'm trying to just do a parcel split. I live there. I utilize the road. It's not something that is a major subdivision. I don't know if anybody had time to kind of scan over what my justifications were for the request, I guess. And I feel like financial parts aside, that the road as constructed currently does provide us a safe, long-term viable road to be used currently and with the new proposed parcel. So in the photos that I provided, the variance number 3 area is the first page, and that's a photo taken off of the county maintained road, or county road, Powerhouse Road. And my truck is approximately parked so that the back end of the vehicle is the start of the 14% gradient. So it provides a fairly large flat space to approach on the encroachment, which I think provides a safe access onto the county road. And then furthering into those photos, there is a picture from another angle just showing the same, just to show some perspective, to show the truck parked from the opposite side. And then in that center of that photo, you can see there's a culvert that then is blowing up a little bit on the third photo, that with a properly constructed road, which having been there for 3 years, I've been able to kind of monitor, and since I know the guy who would be fixing any degradation due to water issues, it slopes fairly well into that culvert, and it provides an ample space to disperse the water off of the road surface. And I know Chair Sharp's question in regards to having to pave this section of road would require encroachment paving. I don't have those standards in front of me, or I don't think I do anyway, but I'm sure Department of Transportation could answer exactly roughly how many feet that is off of the intersection. So I know, or I at least in my memory of what that encroachment would look like, part of that 14% gradient section would probably be requiring pavement. I don't know if it would be the full 72 feet is what I actually measured it out at this week, as opposed to the 100 feet, which was proposed just to cover any, lengthening of the 14% gradient. But I know part of that would be requiring pavement. So that would further help with any erosion issues, I think, there. And I do believe that with the currently constructed grade into that culvert, it disperses the water quite well. In the following two photos is just a picture of the variance number 2 area, and that shows where the 14% gradient and 12-foot width constraints are. Once again, that section of road I think has been in place for roughly 3 years now, with fairly minimal maintenance, with proper design and water flow and sloping. It has held up quite well to the current traffic use, which, like I said, I don't believe would be increased by much. You do see excavator tracks in the picture because I had recently cleared some tree debris from the recent storms that had happened over the Christmas time downriver there. So it wasn't like I had just, I think it's hopefully apparent that I hadn't just like regraded over something that was, a blemish in the photo. So, it doesn't have any tight corners, banked turns, rolling dips. There's culverts in place and so forth to direct the water flow. So, to sum everything up, I guess, I am just asking that, as stated in some of the original conditions, for the 14% gradient to be approved for short sections without having to pave those additionally outside of what the encroachment is going to be requiring already at the median of the county road. And then for the width constraints as well. And even, I believe that the turnout is unnecessary, additional turnout I should say, because the original road bed design of 18 feet allows for two-way traffic. So if you have a vehicle parked in lane 1, a vehicle can pass in lane 2. So to have a turnout next to a 2-lane road just seems to me unnecessary. But I kind of discussed this with CAL FIRE representatives when they were there. I definitely did not want to put words into their mouth, but it seemed like a practical mitigation to a 1-lane road to have a 2-lane on each side of the narrow section. And yeah, I think that sums up my justification for why I was requesting it. So pending any other additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Is there any further public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. John Brower from Junction City. Seems like the Transportation Department did a good job of offering mitigations and assessing the situation. I'm going to encourage approval of all 3 variance requests. It seems as a practical matter, 14% grade on a private road serving only a few parcels in Trinity County, only 2,000 feet elevation, an owner that's committed to maintaining his own road, keeping it safe. 14%, by comparison for some of our neighboring counties, not a very high threshold. Modern vehicles with limited slip differentials and smart braking on each corner to keep tires from slipping. 4-wheel drives, all-wheel drives. Seems as a practical matter of somebody trying to get the most out of their property, that all 3 variances could be approved and still safe and in keeping with the principles of smart planning and safety. So I encourage approval of all 3 variances. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Is there any further public comment? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to the Planning Commission. Commissioners, do you have any comments?
Yeah, if I may.
Commissioner McIntosh?
So, I have some personal experience with this area, being that I grew up down there. I had friends on the road. My uncle used to own the property that Mr. Thomas owns, and so I grew up playing in that area and exploring all over it. And so I reached out to my friend who is a neighbor that lives at the end of this road, Josh McKnight, who is also the engineer, the civil engineer for the company that provided this service. And I believe he's lived there for 20 years, raising his family there. And as a civil engineer, his insight is valuable. And so going detail by detail, he mentioned that variance number 3, with regards to the alternative route of going around in order to minimize the slope, that there's a few factors there that need to be considered. One, that square box is the volunteer fire department, the fire station. And so the way it works presently is if there's a fire, as in last summer when Josh's truck burnt up, the fire department could just drive directly out and drive directly up the hill. If they changed it to go around and behind the fire station, the fire truck would have to do a 3-point turn in order to accomplish going up to serve that function. And so it would, there would be that factor involved. That being said, this road has been here for probably 50 years. And my experience there is that there is minimal, if not any, erosion on that road. And so, also, what Josh had mentioned is that Mr. Thompson has a business on the split that he is proposing. And there's already traffic going back and forth before this split. And so by splitting this, that is not going to increase the traffic on this road any more than already exists. So those were some points. He mentioned that the paving section number 2 is, well, it can be done. It's not necessary. It's only him and one other parcel at the end. And again, this has been utilized for 50 years the same way. I believe that's about it.
Thank you, Commissioner McIntosh. I'd like to speak a little bit to this. There is precedent on this commission that we've set in regards to grades on roads. And I do appreciate the county's input as far as what our standards say and what you guys are trying to achieve. I understand it's your job and you're just pointing out what we have in the book, so I appreciate that. But I do have to agree with the last time we seen something like this last year was very similar to this. We had a 14% grade at that time too, I believe, and they were requiring pavement on those sections. And in that instance, you know, we approved the variance and did not require pavement. So I think, in my opinion, that we would be in line with that motion to do the same here. It does seem like other counties don't require it. We do. It is what's on our books. They're just providing facts. But I think the fact is pretty clear to most of us that the private gravel roads that are in place for 50 years, as Duncan mentioned, probably shouldn't be falling under the purview of paving and making 2% grade adjustments to do a lot split.
I agree.
If there's no other comments, would somebody like to make a motion?
Well, let's discuss the, if you don't mind, the turnarounds on area number 2 that is recommended. our engineers have established why it's necessary, but the civil engineers have rebutted that it's not necessarily necessary. Again, this area has been used, and there is no new developments.
Which variance are you speaking to?
As I believe, it's area number 2,
Okay.
that there would be a turnaround on the east and the west section of that, and that CAL FIRE recommended no more further development without more mitigations. But at this point, being that it is just a lot split, and there will not be any increase in traffic, and the tenant or the applicant has put in tremendous amounts of resources to develop this area, to access an area that he already has access to without the lot split. So is it necessary?
So this would probably be a question for staff, just so I'm clear. Are the black shaded areas on either side of the variance, is that the pullouts that they're referring to?
That looks like a slope.
That's like a slope. So there is turnout area 2 and turnout area 1 kind of crosshatched along the side of the road.
Okay, turnout right here.
Oh, okay, there it is. Got it. Yep.
And there isn't one present on the eastern bound.
Should I clarification? Yes. Okay, so those are turnouts. The fire safe ordinance requires turnouts every so often. I'm not sure. I think because of the width, it requires the turnouts. I don't remember exactly. Maybe is Eric here? Eric, okay. I don't remember that. I believe that's a requirement in the fire ordinance to have turnouts every so often on this road because of the width.
Okay.
So that's what those are, and so we're saying one, it looks like there's a driveway that comes in right there and just maybe expanding that a bit so cars can pull over, kind of get over a little bit and kind of see, because this is on a tight curve there where that driveway comes in. It's been years since I've been out there, so I don't remember the exact visibility. I know right after that the house is right next there, but there's kind of a through cut. The road goes through. I don't know how tall it is. And I think that was the reason for the idea for the turnout.
So on a map, there's an E in hypotheses and turnout area 2, or parentheses.
Correct.
Does that mean it's existing?
No, that's actually it does mean existing. So yeah.
Yeah. So there's already existing turnouts on.
Yeah. So they're not saying to build a new one at that location. They're saying there is.
So where are you suggesting new ones?
On the other end, that is that is actually the required turnaround at the mid-stand point of the road, even though it's a 18-foot wide road bed. It still requires turnarounds at, I believe, at 1,320 feet intervals, which the overall road width or road length is, 80 feet over that or whatever it is. So mid-span in the road, it has the turnaround that's required, which could function like a turnaround, which is significantly bigger than turn out.
Well, it's different, and I think that there was maybe a misinterpretation when they put that turnaround, or the turn out area at the driveway. You see the one at the driveway?
Yes.
And that driveway actually could function as a turnaround. It's basically for a fire truck, so if they need to turn around and get back out, they're supposed to have ones at every certain number of intervals. And so what we had said is that driveway could function as a turnaround. And they got a turnout on this, but they needed to have like an easement for that, so the fire truck had the rights to something like that. So I think that's why that's shown there. It just ended up a turnout instead of a turnaround.
And I think this project was not saying right, originally approved in 2016 as a.
Tyler, can you come closer to the mic?
Yeah, this project was originally approved in 2016, so obviously as Mr. Pence said, it's been some years since he was able to make it out to originally look at the project. And there has been multiple discussions on what would be a properly constructed plan for this road, with CAL FIRE's involvement as well, which was, somewhat difficult to get their input over the years as well, prior to and post doing the improvements on the road. So at one point there was discussion of turnouts on either end of these narrow sections, but as I mentioned in my justifications, is it's already designed as a 2-lane road on either end. So the need for a turnout on a 2-lane road that's constrained down to a 1-lane road just seemed unnecessary.
Thank you.
So is there a turnaround, or will there be a turnaround at the very end of the road?
There is on the parcel, and that's allowed in section.
Just because I'm a firefighter, I drive a fire truck, I'm really interested in that.
Yeah, yes, and I believe it's section, I'm not exactly sure how to relay this the best, but it's section D, item 4, on dead-end access roads, turnarounds shall be provided at a maximum of 1,320 foot intervals. And that's that big turnaround that we are discussing at my neighbor's, that's roughly mid-span in the road. Turnaround shall be constructed to meet the requirements of Trinity. Okay, so driveways can be utilized somewhere. There's another section that mentions turnarounds at the property line or on the parcel, and the turnaround that I have constructed is on the parcel, probably an additional, I don't know, I put the PG&E in maybe 300 feet past the property line or something. Sorry, that's not reflected on your maps because the map stops at the property line as subdivision road stuff doesn't go beyond the property line.
It says private driveway continues another 300 feet to an SRA turnaround. So I just wanted to make sure that was there. Okay, great, thank you.
Can I clarify something on that? So, so that it says private driveway continues. However, the property line is actually a bit farther down there. It's 300 feet, and the county subdivision ordinance and usually the fire safe ordinance would consider it to be a this gets sticky. That they consider that to be a road until it hits the property line, and then it's a driveway. And part of the reason for that is if somebody has a right to put a gate up, if they normally do it on their property line, well, not always, but although they could actually do that on the road as well, right? If it's private, but usually they would give the keys to the firefighters or something like that. So, but if you put the turnaround on the private parcel, and the firefighters need to use it, and there's a gate across there, it's difficult.
I don't care if there's a gate.
You're going to go through it in the fire?
Well, I think that's a good argument, Mr. Pitts, except for the whole road is private from where its inception, so it's kind of mute because they could put a gate anywhere.
True. And so I think that they were actually intending for right at this far side, this is the rest of the road that goes up to Josh McKnight's house. And I believe they were intending that to be a turnaround as well for the fire trucks. So I'm not sure if we had really decided which one was, if it was adequate or not.
So with the driveway,
I think CAL FIRE approved that.
There is a turnaround on each side already.
I think that's the case.
Okay.
And I believe CAL FIRE approved it, so we're pretty much good with it as long as CAL FIRE approved it.
And could you clarify what constitutes a turnaround? How wide does
So
it need to be?
a turnaround, and it's complicated because we have this county fire safe ordinance, and then now the state has a state responsibility area ordinance or regulations, which are different. But I believe that it's a 40-foot radius circle, or a hammerhead that has a 60 feet, so a total width. Or you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not sure if either one of these technically meets those requirements, but we were leaving that to CAL FIRE to determine, and since it's their responsibility.
And granted, there are easements through properties in order to for for access, but those easements are only so wide.
Correct.
And so if you're asking for a 40-foot radius turnaround, that is outside of the easement, and so would that need permission from the property owner and an easement created for that?
Correct. If they did it in that location where it was outside of their property.
Which this entire road is outside of his property.
Correct. And then we did have a condition, the condition said that they could do it within their property, the turnaround in their property, as long as it was within a road easement.
Right.
To the people who use the road.
But that doesn't have an effect on variance area 1, 2, or 3.
So.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Pence. Is Powerhouse Road paved?
Yes. No, sorry.
No, it's not scrubbed.
Powderhouse Road is not paved. Pony Express, the county road, is paved. Yeah. And that's where the photos that I took from at the bottom.
No, I meant, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I have the same problem. And yes, it is paved and county maintained.
Okay.
And then the paved encroachment that I am well aware that I will be required to do, but did not want to pave prior to getting approval to then rip up pavement. I know that will still be a condition of the final approval of a recording of the map. I'm well aware of that. So that will only benefit further the bottom part of the road section there. So I don't have that detailed diagram in front of me, but I know it's a little bit more substantial where a private road meets the county road as opposed to where the driveway meets the county road. So
thanks for that clarification.
Yeah.
And for one more set of clarity, is the mitigation for variance number 3 to pave that first drive?
Well, there wasn't really a recommendation
okay,
for
just
that.
One area of pavement, which is area number 2.
Right.
So, I mean, ultimately, I guess I'm asking to not have to do some of the recommendations, i.e. the pavement on the 14% slope, the additional turnout, that would be an additional turnout to a 2-lane road next to a 1-lane constriction, and as well as, even though the 14% is close to the encroachment and part of which will have to be paved, I do still believe it provides safe access onto the county road. So that's more or less my justification and summary for what I'm requesting. And I do respect Department of Transportation's concerns for safety, as well as somebody who's going to be doing emergency access on the road, and I feel like I have met done a very good job of meeting those requirements. So.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Any further comments?
Department of Transportation has something to say.
Chair, do you mind for a moment?
Go ahead, Mr.
I don't want to take up too much more time, Interim Deputy Director again. I just wanted to point out, one, thanks for this conversation. It's one I think that benefits our department in order to be able to move forward, especially where DOT is involved with subdivision maps or parcel map revisions. I believe you see some of the expertise in this room, and I very much appreciate the comments by Mr. Tyler and others, the public comment that was offered. However, I do want to stress, as was noted by the chair, that the Department of Transportation needs to apply standards unilaterally across the board for everybody, and to do it equally, and to interpret code. And any time that our expertise is required, or referrals is given to us from another department, that we're going to be consistent. And so I'm just imploring the commission to not necessarily think of past precedent-setting decisions for other subdivisions that may have occurred in the past, but think of the arc over the last multiple decades, and decades in the past and in the future, of how the Department of Transportation is going to apply our expertise to these types of questions, and how we're going to present them to you as decision makers. The request is one of consistency. The one is clear direction, so that we are all on the same page, and that we are not making any undue burden for any one individual. As Director Tippett, former Director Tippett would mention, that the decisions for these types of questions are in perpetuity, essentially. That sounds a bit hyperbolic, I suppose, but the notion that an individual that may be very diligent and be able to maintain the road extremely well, and I am impressed, but that the next homeowner may not be that person, may not maintain it. And so the decision made here today is one that stays on the landscape for quite some time. And that is the ramification that I would like you to consider. regardless of any variances that you may choose to uphold or not uphold. So again, it's one of consistency. It's to, aside from any ex parte knowledge about this particular site in this particular meeting, to apply that going forward in the future.
Thank you for that input, it's well noted.
Can I ask that one question?
Go ahead.
So if you don't mind me ask, are either one of you civil engineers?
I am not.
You are a civil engineer?
Mr. Pence is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I am Deputy Director of Operations, but not of engineering.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. One of the things that the gentleman who, I'm sorry, there's three names. Yeah, but it was the one who brought it up for Mr. Thompson, it's the gentleman in the hat, yeah. And I'm sorry, I forget what your name is. And so please forgive me. But it was like, he brought up the aspect that it's like that Trinity County, we have a 12% max grade and a 14% variance, but then you look at Humboldt County, they got the 20% and 24%. And then Mendocino is 16%, and Shasta is 16%. And then it's like, and then CAL FIRE, the emergency access is 16%. It's like, is there a way we could kind of bring this up to where we're all on like an even playing field? Because it's like, when you look at one county and it's like, oh, they're like this, and then it's like, we're way lower. It's, and I don't know, it's just a thought that has crossed my mind. It was like, if CAL FIRE, their access is 16% max grade, then it was like, why don't we bring our standards up to the CAL FIRE level? Am I opening up a can of worms that we don't want to go down right now?
Well, ultimately, you know, the codes that Department of Transportation are using are in our subdivision ordinance. That's the Trinity County subdivision ordinance. And of course, that ordinance, like all ordinances, can be changed. You know, they can be amended. They do need to be updated over time. I couldn't tell you exactly what the date of this ordinance is. It's probably due for some updates. So, you know, it could be done. I can tell you at this moment in time, it is not on the radar. But I'm not saying that it wouldn't happen.
Okay.
So that's a long answer to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Hidden. That is a very good point, and I tend to agree with him. I think our standards probably need to be adjusted so our engineers and road department can have workable stuff that matches other counties and agencies instead of always having to feel like they're being bucked. So maybe it's time for a new general plan. Is there any other questions or comments from the board?
I can make a motion.
I would like to have a motion.
Yeah. It's kind of a lengthy motion, but I motion that we grant all three variances for this project without the mitigations of paving, variance area 2, and while recognizing that there are areas to turn around along this road, to not include the mitigations for the turnarounds as well.
I'll second it.
I have a question. So you're saying you would also not need to pave the 14% slope on area 3?
That's correct.
Correct, thank you.
So maybe we probably need to, let's go ahead and try that again. So we include all variances in the motion, without pavement in either area, without turnouts.
Not either area. There's only, my understanding is there's only one place that is proposed for a pavement outside of the encroachment.
Okay.
The encroachment will need pavement. All roads need it.
Our Zoom chat just went down.
So you're essentially saying,
The Zoom chat just went down.
you're essentially saying grant his application. Because he applied for
Variance on all three.
that none of those conditions be required for those 3 variance areas.
Those particular mitigations, that is correct.
Okay.
Once again?
Let's do it again.
Yeah, okay, so this is just from the hip. So I propose, or I motion, that we grant all 3 requested variances for this proposed project without the mitigations suggested for paving variance area 2, as well as the turnarounds that, without the turnarounds on variance number 2 area as well.
No paving on variance area 3, other than, it's a separate requirement
I don't believe that
for
was
the encroachment.
Was that a requirement that this area was paved?
Yes.
What it was.
It was.
I think that's part of the encroachment.
That is the encroachment, yes.
So, well,
He's asking for, that you don't require him to pave that 14% stretch, correct?
I can clarify my variance request if that's helpful at all.
Immensely.
On variance number 1, my request is to approve the variance not requiring the roadbed to be 18 feet in width and not requiring the mitigation recommendation of a turnaround on the east end, not turnaround, pull out, turnout, very different standards, on the turnout on the east end of the narrow section. On variance number 2, I'm requesting to allow a 14% grade for a short distance and a 12-foot roadbed, and not require mitigation measure, or not require mitigation recommendation to pave the 14% slope. And I am requesting on variance number 3 to allow a 14% road grade for a short distance, and that recommendation of not approving that is the mitigation.
Not approving that?
That was the recommendation. The mitigation for that was to require, to change that to a 12% road grade from a 14%. So
But you'd still have to pave the encroachment
I would
area.
still have to pay the required encroachment, which would probably not encompass all of the 14% grade, but without having the standards in front of me, I'm assuming it would require it would end up paving part of the bottom section of that 14% road grade. I may end up paving the full 14% because the dust near my neighbor's house at the bottom of the road, but I do not, I guess, want to put that.
I would just suggest you meet the county standard of that
Yes,
encroachment.
I will make the county standards of that encroachment.
Okay.
I don't know if that was even helpful.
So based on...
One second, go ahead.
Chairman, you need to know the Zoom is down.
Thank you, Darrell. Can we continue meeting without Zoom? We do have a public forum. I'm going to say we're going to go ahead and continue the meeting without Zoom. I think we have an adequate public presence here to meet Brown Act.
We're going to get a hold of Sean as well, County Council.
Yes, please do.
And have them give us a little input on that.
That would be good.
Maybe we could take a 10-minute break?
Yeah.
Can I make one comment prior to that?
If you could hold that just for a minute so we don't cross any lines.
Okay.
Now that's been brought up, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 8:13.
Perfect.
No, I used to rent, the
Yeah, so and after my.
Good job. Like you said, we have to do this. Yeah, I don't feel like. Okay, now the thing about. I'm still there. Cost thing, we have to remember from our point of view.
Maybe Skylar can try something.
Is it Glenn Lovett?
Yeah.
Okay. Glenn Lovett?
He's
That's a good break.
They'll be out in
Can we hold for a minute?
Yeah, we can hold for a moment.
It's fine.
Come on, buddy.
Oh, sorry. See, it's still the name.
Okay, well, we're going to re-adjourn the meeting. Should we hear from council on the break and as far as what we need to be doing and not doing on Zoom?
Okay, so the latest information from council is that because we started the meeting on Zoom and offered that, for people to participate, that we need to stay on Zoom, and then if we lose it, that will be the end of our meeting. So I've now got our county council's phone number. So should we go down, we can get some additional input.
Perfect. Thank you, Planning Director. So I think at this time, I don't think we did any motions or moved forward on anything that wasn't on Zoom that people couldn't physically see. So with that, I think we're going to go back to item 4, and where we were at item 4 was putting forth a motion. So with that, do I have a motion on item 4?
If I may, Chair, I would like to reiterate or simplify my motion.
Okay.
That's on the table. So I motion to grant all 3 variances requested by the applicant as specified.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Do we need a roll call for this?
Yes, because it is a resolution, please.
If I may, is that clear what that means?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, could I have a roll call?
Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you, unanimous.
Can I say one thing in regards to that? Is that allowed?
Go ahead.
I would like to thank the Planning Commission's decision, but I would also like to reiterate Mr. Heaton's previous conversation in regards to potentially discussing some of these standards. So it would not have taken 7 years to complete if the Department of Transportation maybe had a little more freedom in their discretion, as well as 2 additional subdivision extensions, which are somewhat costly as well. So I appreciate the considerations and the outcome, but I would just like to remind Mr. Heaton's comments and see if you could take that up just for future projects in the county for the benefit of all applicants in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening. Okay, moving on. Item 5. Tentative parcel map P-20-40, a request to divide a 3.27 acre parcel into 2 resulting parcels of approximately 2.4 acres and 1.23 acres for residential use. Access to the project site is from Reservoir Road and State Highway 3, approximately 500 feet northwest of the intersection of State Highway 3 and North Street, Weaverville. Assessor's parcel number 024-380-034-000. Applicant P. Scribner, planner Lisa Lozier.
Good evening, Lisa Lozier, Interim Director of Building and Planning. I have provided a memorandum for the Planning Commission as I was preparing this project to come before you this evening. I was working with the Department of Transportation on some conditions for access, and We ran into some issues where we had questions as to how conditions would be appropriately applied to the map and whether they made sense. And we wish to include the property owner and applicant in that decision. So collectively, we are asking the commission to continue this project to the March 10 Planning Commission meeting. And that said, we would ask that you open the public hearing, close the public hearing, and then motion to continue this project to the March 10th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Planning Director. I'll open this to public comment now. Is there anybody in the public comment? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Do I have a motion or any comments from the Planning Commission?
I'll motion to continue this item until the March 10th, 2022 regular Planning Commission meeting.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Okay, item 6. Item 6, Cannabis Conditional Use Permit and Variance P-18-23. A request for approval to expand an existing Type 2 small outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation license permitted by Trinity County since 2016 into a Type 3 medium outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation license to allow for up to 43,560 square feet, 1 acre of mature canopy, split between 2 properties, as well as convert a Type 13 transport-only license under identical ownership license into a Type 11 distribution license for up to 500 square feet. In addition, the applicant is applying to add a Type 4 commercial nursery license, which would include the sale of immature cannabis plants, seeds, auxiliary sales to licensed cultivators and retailers. The applicant has also applied for a variance concurrently with the CUP from the limitations of the location to site the cultivation areas less than 500 feet from the adjacent property lines. The project is located on two adjacent 40-acre parcels located in the unincorporated community of Peanut in Trinity County. Assessor's parcel number 019-750-013, parcel 1, is located at 341 Rattlesnake Road, and 019-750-017, parcel 2, is located at 140 State Highway 3 in Peanut, California. Planner, Lisa Lozier.
Good evening, Chair and members of the public, members of the Commission. Lisa Lozier, Interim Director of Building and Planning. So I will be presenting item 6 for you, and just kind of a disclaimer up front. I have just recently taken on this project, so I'm not hugely familiar with the information, but we will be joined this evening by Gary Rees from SHN. He helped with the CEQA document and helped prepare a substantial portion of the staff report, resolution, and attached documents. So he will be available to answer some questions. We also have the applicant and applicant's representative are here with us this evening, so they'll be able to fill in quite a few blanks as far as specifics on the project, which will be really great. So, and one more item that I want to mention, and this is rather important, is when the CEQA document, there were some updates to specific language that was requested from California Department of Wildlife and I believe water quality as well. And those edits were made to the document, and then it was sent to us, and then we inadvertently re-uploaded the old document, which the older document, which was provided to you in your staff report, is dated on the second page as November 2021. The new document, which is dated February of 2022, is now currently on our website and has been uploaded to, with the agenda on for the staff reports. Is that correct, Debbie?
Yes.
So my apology, that was a mistake on the part of staff. So for anyone who is going through the responses to comments and the pages don't match and it seems awkward, that is because we did not have the correct document uploaded for you to review. So my apologies there. And that said, we'll dive into, I'll just give you kind of an overview and we'll go from there. So applicant Rodney Patton, and this project is located at 341 Rattlesnake Road, Peanut, and 140 State Highway 3, also Peanut. And that's APNs 019-750-013 and 019-750-017. General plan designation for both parcels is agriculture. Zoning district is agriculture, 20-acre minimum parcel size. And the surrounding uses for the parcels, zonings are consistent. Their surrounding uses are larger lot that range from about 10 to 239 acres and generally ag and ag forest zoning. So the project consists of 2 adjacent 40-acre parcels located in the unincorporated area of Peanut. I went over the physical address. APN 019-750-017 is being included in part of the project due to Trinity County's 50-acre limit for a Type 3 medium outdoor license. So that's both parcels included together to make that minimum parcel size. So the 2 adjoining, they're 40-acre parcels for a combined 80 acres total of land area. The project description. The purpose of this project is to expand upon existing commercial cannabis activities as well as adding additional commercial cannabis activities, the total of which will include the following. Expand an existing Type 2 small outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation license into a Type 3 medium outdoor commercial cannabis license, allowing for up to 43,560 square feet, that's an acre, of mature canopy cultivation, application for a Type 4 commercial nursery license, and to convert an existing Type 13 transport-only license into a Type 11 distribution license for up to 500 square feet. The project proponent is applying for 3 licenses for the commercial cannabis cultivation, commercial nursery, and distribution, which requires a conditional use permit per county ordinance, which is why this project is coming before you this evening. The applicant is also concurrently applying for a variance from the required 500-foot property line setback, which is required by the county cannabis ordinance, and that will allow the proposed cultivation activities to be set back 100 feet from the property line. And with the approval of the variance, the nearest residence would be 380 feet away from the outdoor cultivation premises and 355 feet from the indoor operation of the commercial nursery. Okay, so the components of the project for cultivation, and this is on APN 019-750-017, is currently licensed and cultivating approximately 7,851 square feet of commercial cannabis. The current cultivation area is located on the crest of a hill, and the applicant proposes subtracting this existing cultivation total from the 43,560 square feet permit that would be permitted with a Type 3 medium outdoor license. The majority of the new cultivation and infrastructure is proposed on APN 109-750-1013, which is a relatively flat, currently vacant parcel, and that includes 35,709 square feet of cultivation of mature flowering cannabis canopy in an outdoor setting. So the combined total of those two areas adds up to the 43,560 square feet. Also, commercial nursery. The applicant proposes 6,000 square foot commercial cannabis nursery that will operate with the intent to sell immature cannabis plants, seeds, and auxiliary sales to licensed cultivators and distributors. It also includes distribution to convert an existing Type 13 transport only license to a Type 11 distribution license for up to 500 square feet. And there are other improvements for the cannabis activity listed out for multi-use buildings, shared employee area, off-stream rainwater catchment and storage pond, up to 120 square foot shed for storage of petroleum products, up to 120 foot square shed for storage of chemical and fertilizers, up to 400 square feet of cannabis waste area, up to 3 acres of vegetative screening, up to 100,000 gallons of water storage in rigid water tanks, up to 5,000 gallons of water storage for fire suppression, up to 1 acre of rocked parking and roads, up to 1 acre of asphalt parking and roads, proposed groundwater wells, and internal access roads connecting Rattlesnake Road would be built according to the handbook for forest ranch and rural roads, and a proposed gate. On the number of employees would be 31 total employees for the project overall, 25 on APN 019-750-13 and 6 on 019-750-17. Water availability at full build-out. Proposed project is estimated to use 529,887 gallons of water per year. Water for the proposed project will be obtained from groundwater well and rainwater capture. Water storage will include 100,000 gallons of hard tank storage and a ½ acre rain catchment pond. For this parcel, the project does not propose any timber harvest activities, since most of the site has been previously cleared as a result of past agricultural projects. For this particular project for conditional use permit, requests for comments were sent out to various staff agency comments. That's county agency and outer, like state agencies, various different agencies for comments. Table 2 lists that. Comments, I'll go through comments received from County Environmental Health Department, from Caltrans District 2, public comments received from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Cannabis Control, State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Drinking Water, and on the CEQA initial study, mitigated negative declaration that was prepared for the project, and a summary of comments and responses from county staff are included within the staff report. So Not going to go through those unless there's specific comments that we can have those answered. So for this project, one of the things that we look at with conditional use permits is this project consistent with the general plan? The designated area is in agriculture, and the A designation, agriculture, was determined to be an appropriate location for existing cannabis activities at the site, and for activities that would be proposed in this application. So the cultivation, commercial nursery, and distribution and transport are all considered to be consistent with the general plan, so that it fits. With county code compliance, let's see. So this is a rather lengthy discussion. I will boil it down to, so a table was prepared for minimum lot area, county code requirements, setback requirements, etc., which is verified in the table that minimum lot area, lot depth, minimum lot width, lot coverage, front yard area setbacks, side yard, rear yard setbacks, maximum building height, have all been determined to be compliant. You know, the project as proposed is compliant with those areas. Okay, and for the conditional use permit findings, the county requires findings of fact be made in determination for cannabis cultivation, and that is per Trinity County Code section 17.32.010, which states that a use permit is granted at the discretion of the Planning Commission or the Planning Director and is not the automatic right of any applicant. In considering an application for a use permit, the following guidelines shall be observed: that sound principles of land use, a use permit shall be granted upon the sound principles of land use, will not be injurious, a use permit shall not be granted if it will be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or if it results in the creation of a public nuisance. Plan consistency, a use permit must comply with the objectives of the general or specific plan of the area for which it is located. And in considering the conditional use permit, the following findings are recommended pursuant to the guidelines of section 17.32.010 of the Trinity County Code. So number one, sound principles of land use. The finding, as required by the county cannabis ordinance, the applicant is applying for a conditional use permit for the expansion of an existing type 2 small outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation license into a type 3 medium outdoor commercial cannabis license. Application for a type 4 commercial nursery license and conversion of an existing type 13 transport only license into a type 11 distribution license. In addition to the existing small outdoor cultivation and associated activities, evaluation of the project has been determined that the project as proposed, conditioned, and mitigated is compatible with the general plan land use designation, neighborhood character, and the limited intensity uses of the surrounding area, and is consistent with the county cannabis ordinance and compliant with CEQA. And finding number two, the project as proposed, conditioned, and mitigated will not cause detrimental effects to the public health, safety, and welfare, or result in the creation of a public nuisance. Land uses surrounding the project site include cannabis cultivation farms, rural residences, non-cannabis agricultural activity, and timberland. The closest sensitive receptors are residences, that are 350 feet from the proposed cannabis activities, which exceeds the 350-foot setback requirement in the county cannabis ordinance. Therefore, it is not anticipated that a nearby sensitive receptor will not be significantly impacted by potential impacts from the project. Finding number 3, the project as proposed and conditioned is consistent with the goals and objectives of the county general plan and the A20, that's agricultural minimum of 20 acres zoning, and as proposed project consists of the expansion of existing agricultural related activities on a site designated as agriculture. Okay, so for the cannabis distribution ordinance, there are findings that need to be made for that as well, and that in considering the proposed distribution activity, the following findings are recommended pursuant to the guidelines of section 17.43B.040 of the Trinity County Code. And that is finding 1. The distribution as approved and conditioned will not result in significant unavoidable impacts on the environment. The potential for the project to result in a significant unavoidable impacts on the environment is addressed in the CEQA initial study mitigated negative declaration that was prepared for this project and the cannabis program EIR that was certified for the county's cannabis ordinance. The CEQA analysis determined that the incorporation of mitigation measures in compliance with the existing regulatory requirements, the impacts of the proposed project would be less than significant. Therefore, the project would not result in a significant unavoidable impacts on the environment. 2, the distribution includes adequate quality control measures to ensure cannabis distributed at the site meets state standards for a regulatory market. Finding, the applicant will be required to demonstrate compliance with the state quality control measures enforced by the Department of Cannabis Control in order to obtain and maintain their state license for distribution. Finding 3, the distribution operations plan includes adequate measures that address the federal enforcement priorities for cannabis activities. State regulations for distribution operations that are enforced by the Department of Cannabis Control are designed to ensure consistency with federal enforcement priorities. The applicant will be required to demonstrate compliance with these regulations in order to obtain and maintain their state license for distribution. And for the variance that is also being requested, Trinity County Code section 17.31.010 states the following. A variance is a waiver or modification of some requirement contained in the zoning ordinance. The statutory justification for a variance is that the owner would otherwise suffer unique hardship under general zoning regulations because his or her particular parcel is different from others in which the regulation applies due to size, shape, or topography. Variances may be granted only to authorize a change in development standards, which is not otherwise authorized in zoning regulations. So in considering the variance, which would be a cannabis cultivation variance, the following findings are recommended pursuant to Chapter 17.31.010 of the Trinity County Code. Number 1, no special privilege. A variance cannot be a special privilege extended to one individual property owner. The circumstances must be such that some variance would be appropriate for any property owner facing similar circumstances. And the finding is there are special circumstances, i.e. parcel shape, topography, terrain, drainage, vegetation, access, that would be applicable to the project parcel that with strict application of the Trinity County Zoning Code deprives the property owner of privileges available to other property owners with similar zoning that plan to establish or have established a Type 3 medium outdoor cannabis cultivation license That's up to 1 acre canopy. Number 2, use variance prohibited. The consideration of use variances is specifically prohibited. These are variances which request approval to locate a use in a zone from which it is prohibited by ordinance. Finding. This variance is from the 500-foot property line setback requirement provision in the Trinity County Code, 17.43.050.A.8. The variance would not locate a use which is prohibited by ordinance in the A, which is the agriculture zoning district. Number 3, disservice not permitted. A variance must not be injurious to the public welfare nor adjacent properties. Finding. The purposes of the 500-foot property line setback requirement provision in County Code 17.43.050.A.8 is to mitigate potential impacts such as odors, noise, lighting, and dust to adjacent neighbors from cannabis cultivation activities. The applicant is requesting a variance to reduce the property line setback for cultivation activity from a 500-foot to a 100-foot with the reduced setback from the property lines. The proposed project would still meet the minimum 350-foot setback from the nearest residences that is required by the county cannabis ordinance. The nearest residences would be 380 feet from the outdoor cultivation activity and 355 feet from the indoor operation of the commercial nursery. As determined in the EIR prepared for the county's cannabis ordinance, the 350-foot setback required and other regulations in the county cannabis ordinance minimize potential impacts to nearby sensitive receptors. Finding number 4, not adverse to general or specific plan. A variance must be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance and cannot adversely affect the general plan or specific plans of the county. And the finding. General purpose of the zoning requirements of the county code is to promote and protect the public health by providing a definite plan of development, protecting the character and the social and economic stability of land uses, and assuring orderly and beneficial development. The proposed project is substantially in compliance with the county code provisions for commercial cannabis activities, which the county has found are necessary to reduce the potential impacts associated with cannabis uses. The one exception for the proposed project is the request for a reduction in the property line setback requirement, section 1743.050.A8. Section 1743.050.A8 allows for variances from this standard, consistent with the requirements for variances in state law and county code. The subject parcel contains special circumstances that justify the granting of the variance from the property line setback requirement and would be appropriate for any applicant facing similar circumstances. Given the irregular parcel-shaped topography, forested terrain, surrounding drainages, and existing disturbed areas and access roads on the site, the applicant would not otherwise be able to utilize the full 1 acre canopy size of a Type 3 outdoor medium cultivation license as other program applicants in the county. As such, the proposed variance is consistent with the general purpose and intent of the county code and would not adversely affect general public or specific plans of the county. And then the last one is the RD overlay zone. Prior to approval of a variance for a property within the RD-1 overlay zone, permission must be granted or deemed not necessary by the Secretary of Agriculture. And the finding for this is the project is not within an RD-1 overlay zone. So with that, the staff recommendation. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to A, adopt the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA determination of a mitigated negative declaration and the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, MMRP, and B, approve the conditional use permit P-18-23 and variance CCV, which we do not have a specific number for yet, based on the recommended findings in Resolution 2022-02 and subject to the conditions set forth in Exhibit A to Resolution 2022-02. And that completes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Planning Director. That was a novel. Appreciate that. Very good. Do I have any questions for staff? Planning Commissioners?
I have a bunch. Sorry. For you and for the developer of the initial study mitigated negative declaration. So a lot of these comments might go away because I did spend all the time reviewing the document that was sent to us, not the one that is on your website, although I have been looking at that one at the
My
additional
apologies for
language.
that again.
That's okay. Good homework. So the house, I was out there, I've been out there to the site just to drive around and look and learn. So the house that, the residence that is 355 to 380 feet away, I'm assuming that's the one that's on the north side of Rattlesnake Road, across from the area. And so I'm just curious whether or not they were notified of the proposed variance and if they have any comments. That we can, just as long as we can get you in the public comment section, I just want to know for sure that you are aware of the application.
So for all adjacent properties, do receive notification.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I'm learning, I'm new, so thanks.
No problem.
So one of the things that was brought up by the Department of Drinking Water was about the public water system, where if you had more than 25 employees for 60 days at a time, you'd require a public water system. And so I was wondering if the applicant had followed up on that with the Water Resources Control Board to determine if they need that water system permit, just because it seems like you would need that before you'd apply for a building permit. And if they do need additional infrastructure, do they have to come back and then modify this plan that they've submitted?
Do you have any input on that, Gary? I was just looking through to see if I had anything in here.
So I wouldn't think that any additional improvements that would be required to meet the State Water Board's requirements would be significant enough that you'd be looking at amending the conditional use permit. I think you're looking at more minor facilities that would be consistent with really what they're already proposing development-wise for this project.
Okay, but do you anticipate then that you'd get that answer before you actually apply for the building permits and everything?
Yes, they would need to contact the water board and get a determination on this issue. And that's included as a condition of approval of this project, is that they work that out. And certainly they would want to do so before any permits were issued by the county to actually start the project.
Yeah, the condition doesn't really specify that it would be before they apply for building permits. It's just kind of more general time frame wise. But I'm assuming that they'd want to get that answer before they apply for building permits.
Okay. So I will call your attention to the beginning of Exhibit A to Resolution PC-2022-02. Right at the top, it says the following conditions of approval shall be satisfied prior to the issuance of any building permits unless a different time for compliance is specifically noted.
Okay, thank you. Just a curious question from a firefighter. So you have the 5,000 gallon tanks for fire suppression. how are those accessed? Can you drive up to them, or are there standpipes? I mean, how do you get to that water? On the plans, they're just kind of sitting in the middle of nowhere.
So from what I've seen is that it would be fitted with like a fire department connection, that type of thing. It is typically what is required.
Okay, so this project estimates that it needs about 530,000 gallons per year. So the cultivation needs, the 400,000 gallons, are satisfied by the well and rainwater capture and the pond. But what is the water source for the post-harvest and the office, the 130,000 gallons per year? Is that your proposed well?
Some of these questions would probably be best directed to the applicant and or their consultant, but I'm just looking at the description, in the project description in the staff report that we put together based on the information provided by the applicant. And so, you know, I would assume that the well and the rainwater catchment system is what would be used for the various cannabis activities, including any ancillary structures and activities that would occur in those structures.
So the post-harvest processing would be using rainwater?
So I think by post-harvest, I think they're referring to, you know, drying, possibly processing, things of that nature, but I don't believe that that has significant water needs, except for maybe domestic use. But the applicant and their consultant can expand on that if they desire.
Yeah, on the table that you guys submitted, post-harvest is 105,000 gallons per year.
That's a little bit more than
Yeah,
residential use.
Yeah, so the post-harvest and the offices are a quarter of the total. So that's why I'm wondering where you anticipate getting that water from.
Yeah, that's an item that should be clarified by the applicant and their consultant.
Okay. So there's a condition number 50 where the applicant provides the county with the groundwater monitoring data, kind of the use and the water levels and the recovery, the well recovery rates. And then if the county looks at that, then they're supposed to identify the threshold then at which the mitigation measures would kick in. And I'm just wondering, is that typically a condition that's placed on the permits? Does the county have that hydrologic expertise to look at the drawdown in a particular well and then relate that to adjacent wells and adjacent surface water? Because that's what you're trying to do, is mitigate negative effects on adjacent wells and surface water. So do you use a hydrologic model? How do you evaluate that impact? County? I mean, is that a condition that's normally placed on other permits?
It is.
I can address that question, the first part. So this comes out of the cannabis program EIR. This is a mitigation measure that made its way into the amended cannabis program ordinance to mitigate the effects of well drawdown and impacts on groundwater levels in general. So as far as the county's ability to actually implement this, that's a separate question. I would assume if the county doesn't have in-house expertise, that they would hire a consultant that does to assist them with their annual license reviews and when they would be reviewing this groundwater data.
If I may check. This issue was brought up at a prior commission meeting.
Duncan, can you pull to your microphone a little more? Thank you.
Yes, this issue was brought up of the ability to regulate the groundwater's ability to recharge and its effect on neighboring parcels. And what was, I believe it was David Colbeck who helped draft the EIR, he mentioned that that mitigation is in place, but implementation of that mitigation is still being figured,
Okay,
and is yet to be done.
great, thank you. So the proposed well for the project is within that 355 to 380 feet away from the residence that's across the road. And so I was wondering if there was a particular reason for locating the well on the north end of the property, or is it feasible to locate it at the south end of the property that would make it further away from that residence and easier to demonstrate that it wouldn't have any effect on that residence? Is there a reason that the well is in that particular location, or could it be moved?
Well, when we had the well with your...
Rodney, come all the way up, please.
Do we need to open?
No, at this time, we're not taking public comments. Let's just keep questions to
great.
staff.
Okay, perfect. So condition number 26, which is the water quantity one, the adaptive management measure. I was wondering if that would consider leaving the existing cultivation area on the east side of Highway 3, which uses a separate well. Just to, again, reduce groundwater impacts, that would be an option. The total can't be more than the 43,000 whatever square feet, but if you were just spreading out the water withdrawals a little bit, I mean, would that be a potential mitigation measure? Is that something that the county could add?
My understanding is that is the proposal, that there's 10,000 square foot existing, and the proposal on the valley floor would be minus that 10,000 square feet.
But it also says they anticipate eventually moving it.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for all the water questions, that's kind of my thing, water. When they were calculating rainwater capture, this I guess would be more the consultant, the historic rainfall for Hayfork, like I looked from 1914 to 2006, is 33 inches. They selected a time frame which is not the last 10 years, it was from 2009 through 2018, that had 42.6 inches as the average rainfall. And it didn't include the last 3 years, 2019, 20, 21. I'm wondering why the consultant picked that particular, what's the technical justification for that 10 years versus a longer or more recent rainfall record?
Can you answer that question? That would be for the consultant.
Consultants in
I
there.
can answer it.
Oh.
Well,
I'm taking notes on
our consultant and their.
Okay.
Okay, we'll wait for that answer in public comment. Thank you.
Okay. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Is there any other questions?
I have one question. On the last page, we have this map, and it shows a kind of a grayish line going around it, and there's nothing that points to it. Is that a fence or something like that? Or what is that gray line? It goes from trees, it goes from the tree line, following the road, then shoots all the way back across the thing, and then back into the trees. Is that a fence, or what? I've been trying to figure this one out.
I assumed it was a road.
That's a road that goes through there?
It's a road.
So they have, but the 350, the 353 is the road, right?
I think that's a sub-road on the parcel.
Oh, is that what that is?
Carrier access.
Vegetative screening.
Okay.
What is it?
Vegetative screening.
Is that stuff?
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Commissioner McIntosh.
Yes, so based on the the setbacks for the 1 acre license. My understanding of the 500 feet from the property line versus 350 feet from a residence was recognizing that 1 acre of cultivation is substantially more impactful than a 1/4 acre of cultivation. And so it was not stated that way in the staff report, and maybe I might, my interpretation might be off, but this would bring, and also it was to, mitigate residents nearby.
Right.
And so granting this variance would bring a 1 acre farm within 350 feet of a neighboring parcel.
That's correct. And can I go through the justification from the ordinance? I cannot do that.
Yes, okay.
Because I just don't have the knowledge to do that for you.
Yeah, totally. I would just, for clarity.
But yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you.
How many current 1 acre licenses are there? Well, have there been, if there is any now? Is there any current?
Yes, I don't know if we have that many. In the ordinance, we can have 15 total. I know of, but I think 3. We haven't met the 15 total.
Good.
There are a number of proposals for CUPs for a type 3 license that are in the pipeline currently that will be coming forward in the future, but we don't have that many approved now.
Out of the 7 that you're speaking of, or whatever the number is, how many of those have requested variances?
At least 1 that I know of, and it was granted.
So that's the precedence that you're speaking of?
Yes.
In your report? Thank you.
What was the variance for? Was it within the proximity of the local residents? Is that what that was also?
For the particular property that I am thinking of, the variance was requested because it would meet where they wanted to cultivate was already disturbed area, and it was closer to the property line than the 500 feet. So they requested the variance for that reason. So they could cultivate in an area that was already disturbed without creating any additional environmental impacts.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment at this time.
Good evening, commissioners and county staff. Thank you, Lisa, for the great overview of the project. I was wondering how I was going to fit all that in 3 minutes. So I do appreciate that. And Gary's been really valuable in helping us ensure that this project meets the ecosystem of regulation. So thank you, Gary. The post-harvest use of 100,000 gallons, that's when we initially wrote this initial study. Sorry, Scott from Havework. I'm, I guess at this point, the lead writer of the initial study. Over the 4 years that this application has been under review, just like Lisa mentioned, she's kind of coming on late. We've had staff turnover, and us and the county. And so there's been some variations and some iterations on this document over those 4 years. And so if there are any inconsistencies, it may be because of our efforts to comply with any feedback we've been given. And so the post-harvest use of 100,000 gallons, that was because at the time there were no reliable sources for water use information. So that's why we used the US EPA guidelines of 12.5 gallons. And that's based on that calculation, we came up with 100,000 gallons. We're trying to take the most conservative approach to these types of water use calculations, just because we don't want to. We want to make sure that we are overshooting rather than undershooting. So that's where that number comes from and why we use that. The fire suppression system would be, I believe, a 2-inch pressurized standpipe that would plug in to most fire trucks and operations. The location of the well, I'm going to let Rod speak to that. The location of the existing cultivation, the reason we kept that in is because at one point in time, staff was telling us if we didn't keep it in that location, then he would have to cease operations until he got approval. And because we didn't know when that might be, we didn't know when this day would come, we wanted to make sure his business could stay in operation. So that's why it's got two within the proposal. There was also, staff told us, well, you could relocate all of it down to the lower flat if you want. That's why it's written up to 2 acres of cultivation area. It's trying to give the applicant flexibility with the changing policies and the changing staff direction so that we can do, again, we're trying to adapt to whatever feedback that we're given. So that's why the initial study is framed the way that it is. The rainfall calculations, again, I believe those were pulled early on when that was all the data we had in 2019 was up to the 2018 date. We were recommended to do just the most recent rainfall within those calculations, which would have been a 10-year time period. And so that's the 2009 to 2018 time frame. We could rerun the numbers if we wanted, but I'm not sure they would change too much. From my memory, 2013 was the lowest rainfall in the last 10, 15 years. And so that's really what's going to drag down the average amongst all the years. And it was vegetative screening up to 3 acres is what that line is. It's to screen the adjacent neighbors to the north and to screen the eligible scenic highway of State Highway 3 so that this proposed project wouldn't jeopardize the eligibility of that state highway to become a scenic highway down the road. Hopefully I've answered all the questions you have, but I'll be in the back of the room and I'm happy to answer any more.
I have one quick question in regards to the screening. Isn't Highway 3 elevated above this property? Or is it on the plane? I'm not
Pretty
familiar.
level.
It's all around the plane.
Pretty
yeah.
level.
Okay.
Pretty level.
There is the creek between
Salt
the
Creek.
highway and the property.
And there is existing vegetation, but again, we were trying to take the most conservative approach, and that's why we included another layer of vegetative screening in addition to the existing vegetation around Salt Creek.
Thank you.
So for clarity, this is vegetative screening?
Correct.
Well, which means bushes and trees that will be planted?
Correct.
Okay. That's going to take a substantial amount of water as well.
We're looking at native trees, so they would be drought resistant and tolerant. I don't have that information in front of me right now, but that was the rationale.
That's good.
And the pond and the up to 100,000 gallons in rigid water tanks, the purpose of that excess, well, depending on the year and the rainfall and all that, but the real purpose of having all of that water storage is for the late summer, when groundwater withdrawal would have its biggest impacts. So the water use calculations are year-round. Some of those are going to fall within the winter. So I do think that there's going to be some offset there, but it's really about creating the least amount of environmental impact possible. And so the water is really meant to be used in the later summer months. And I'll be back here if you have any other questions.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Yes, on the question about the position of the well, it was where the well witcher happened to find the most water, is why the spot is there.
Okay. Okay.
And, you know, like the vegetative
Could you
thing.
identify yourself, please, for the record?
Oh, sorry.
Identify yourself, please, for the record.
Rod Patton, the owner of the property, and this is my project. And these are my neighbors here that live the 380 feet away, and I don't know, you know, how we talked about maybe some trees, planting some trees around the area. Well, with talking to these folks here, they may not want that to be done. They may not want, to me to put some trees or something there to obstruct their view, because their view is, you know, right across from the area. And I think that was about it. But they didn't want possibly the area to be filled with trees, I'm sure.
That's our view.
Yeah.
We bought the property because of that.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Is there any other public comment? Sir, do you have a comment? Yes.
No.
Okay.
We've been talking about this for a while.
Okay.
We're neighbors, you know.
Okay.
We approve of it. We have no problem with this project going ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's good to know.
Good comment. Is there any comment on Zoom?
No.
Any further public comment here? Okay, I'm going to take this back to the Planning Commission. Commissioners, this is open for discussion.
I have a comment or a question for the adjoining neighbors. And, but just for a little clarification, is like, you are good with this project being this close to your house?
We've got plant growers all around us. I don't think this is any closer or any more of a problem.
Yeah, we have a grow up behind us in the mill camp. And his project is basically a 40 acre, which is not going to impact us any. So, you know, it's far enough away, you know, back to where, you know, we don't have a problem with it.
Thank you for that comment.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to, you know, in this, I want everybody to understand this has nothing to do with you guys wanting this or not wanting this. The question is variances. And we just had a variance come before us, and variants are used for very specific reasons. And it's like Mr. Kobeck spoke, and he spoke very intelligently about the purposes of standards and how code is written. And that is not for the current neighbor or the people that are doing the property project, but it is for the lifetime of the plan of the county ordinance. You know, our job is to protect the future down the road. You know, it's not just about the people applying, but it's about the future growth and future harmony of our county. And what I see, it seems like way too much. There's no doubt about it, way too much when it comes to cannabis, cultivation, and doing projects, is that time and time again, they bring projects forth to the Planning Commission that require a variance to do the project. Now, if I'm gonna build a business and I'm gonna do a project that is gonna be a commercial project, when I start that project, when I get my design team together, my design team's gonna look at all our county ordinances, all setbacks, all the stuff that I have, the parameters that I have to work within, and they're gonna develop my commercial project based on those parameters. They're not gonna start in a position of, hey, we're gonna design something that doesn't meet the county plan and we're gonna require a variance to do a commercial business. And we're not talking about undue burden on a property owner that wants to split a parcel and get out of doing 2% grading. We're talking about somebody who wants to do a large commercial operation, employ 31 people, and hopefully make a lot of money. That's the goal. Within those grounds and those parameters, variances should not be where we start. These projects need to come forth meeting and being in the county code, not designed to already break every ordinance and every code. And the intent of the code is to create enough buffer from a pig farm or a cannabis farm that you're not affecting them or the people that may buy their property when they're gone, or the person that's building the facility when they sell it to someone else. And I just think time and time again, we're setting ourselves up for failure down the road. We're creating issues where there need not to be issues. The setbacks are for good reasons. I mean, and setbacks are in every part of construction and development, and they're there for a reason. And they're not there to make it harder or easier for anybody. They're there to create good neighbors for down the road. So when we start processes like this and programs like this with variances right out the gate, it seems to me that we're misusing. I mean, everything that you read about variances tell you don't use a variance unless it's absolutely necessary, and it's going to incur an undue burden, i.e. the road. Guy's going to have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to do something that's already being done. These folks haven't done anything. They're just trying to develop a commercial project for profit. That's not an undue burden. That means they developed their project without considering our county code. And now they want us to change the county code to where they can do their project. It does not make sense. And it's absolutely against what variances were put out there in the intent to begin with. And I've spoke about this before, and it continues to come up in these meetings, and I don't know why. This should be something that's caught at staff level, I believe. That should be a requirement. Meet the variance. Design your project to meet the county plan. Is there any comment from you guys?
Yeah, May. Yeah, my take on it, with respect for what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. And if we lived in an area like, let's say, Yolo County, where it was all squares, then it would be more applicable. But in Trinity County, where you have a particular property that is 80 acres in total, that is designated agricultural land, which is zoned and specified for farming, it fits with a particular project such as this that fits every single parameter of the ordinance and the zoning. A variance is in place to make mitigations where all other parameters fit minus one particular parameter. And a variance is not so to make it more convenient for the landowner. It's where there is no way that they can move it or they can have the operation without the variance in place. So could they move it farther to the south? Could they move it farther to the north? This is a 35-acre pasture of ag zoning, and the place that is, no matter where it is in the ag zoning, it's going to be less than 500 feet from another property who is also zoned agriculture, surrounded by all other properties that are zoned as agriculture. So my interpretation is that this particular type of request for the variance is exactly what a variance is designed for, where, yeah.
So if you read what variances say in state and county code, it's an undue burden that would be not expected of somebody else. So it's going to create an undue burden. It's going to cost him money to achieve what he's trying to achieve. It's not going to, because there is no project.
Well, no, the undue, what my interpretation is, the undue burden is not the project itself, but like, for instance, he could put it closer this way and cut down a tremendous amount of trees and put it farther away from not the property line, but the adjacent landowner. But that would create more impacts on the environment by moving it closer to this border, which is still within 500 feet. This person has 80 acres of land. And so this is the most appropriate place on the agricultural land.
I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with the premise of what you're saying, except for you're designing out of a place of, I'm already out of compliance. So my design doesn't fit county planning from the inception. So make a plan that fits within our county ordinances and bring it forth. Don't make a plan that's already going to have you requiring a variance, which, you know, I got to remind everybody here, the variances for setbacks for cannabis are for real issues that cause major issues between neighbors and growers. We're not talking about, you know, hey, it's, you know, I'm just going to be another 100 feet away and it's not a big deal because there's no real impact. There's huge impact with smell, with traffic, with all those things that come with a huge commercial operation. And that commercial operation could be any commercial operation. Those impacts are still going to be there. With cannabis, it's just magnified because you have smell to go along with it.
I mean, they could have a pig farm right here.
They could, and they would have to meet the same variance. And that's the point. We should not be using variances to make projects fit within the area. We should be using variances for folks so they don't need to spend $70,000 more to fix a road. That's what a variance is for. It's not to make a commercial operation fly.
So if I may, based on my experience as a prior cannabis license holder, my project was the first variance in the county. And so my farm, which is already established farmland, was too close to my neighbor's property. Not my property, but my neighbor's residence.
Sure.
And so with this particular variance, I would need an annual variance to reinforce, to keep permission from the adjacent, the person less than 350 feet. This is not a cannabis variance. This is based on, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this is a variance for a use permit, and that variance is a one-time variance for the life of the project. Is that correct?
My understanding on this project is that the variance that we're speaking of, that they're asking for in this project is the typical CCV variance, which, you know, the initial approval, which the typical variance, I think, is was that by director's use permit, typically, is done by the conditional use permit here. But would also, because it is a variance, a separate project, with the initial approval with the conditional use permit, would still have to meet the same requirements in the cultivation ordinance for yearly renewal. That is my understanding.
I think we need some clarity from council on that, because my understanding is that the acre permit does not allow for annual variances.
Okay.
It is the quarter acre.
And you could be absolutely correct, because the cannabis ordinances are definitely not at the top of my list.
Totally.
For understanding. So
for clarity, like, I'm not sure if 1 acre licenses allow for annual variances.
Sean's on Zoom. There he is.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Sean,
I
can
don't
you
know the answer
clarify
to that
that for us?
offhand. I don't know the answer to that offhand. Yeah, I would have to look.
All right, thank you, Sean. So, I mean, it doesn't change. Go
So
ahead.
page, the second page of Exhibit A says that the variance shall be renewed annually according to the following requirements. So that's in the conditional use permit and variance conditions of approval under number 8.
Did anybody else have anything? I mean, I have water concerns, obviously.
Yeah, I have a lot of water questions. Let me go.
Go, yeah.
Okay.
You can read that one.
So, I mean, the project makes a lot of sense to me in terms of, what you're trying to do, and, putting it on ag land ag zoning makes it perfect, but I am concerned about water. Both that you may not have enough, the amount of water that you think you're gonna get, that you're gonna need, and also that there are gonna be impacts to Salt Creek. So one thing that the consultant didn't look at was that there was a 2016 South Fork Trinity River Supplemental Watershed Assessment done by the Watershed Center. They reported that, in the 2014 drought that parts of Salt Creek went subsurface. They also list watersheds in the Hayfork Basin that are suitable for the conditions that are described, which are forbearance and the storage tanks. And they specifically excluded Salt Creek. It was not included in those watersheds eligible for forbearance or storage tanks. And I think it's partly because of the geology. I mean, it's very alluvial there. There's a lot of gravels and clays that move water from the, adjacent to the stream into the stream. And if there's no snow melt that's going to give you water throughout the year, it's pretty much just, the peak flows are always in the winter, not in the spring. And so, I'm just concerned that you're not going to have the water you need, and that you're going to affect the creek. The condition about where you try to address this concern is on the groundwater well monitoring. But that's kind of after the fact. I mean, you're going to look in the spring and you're going to go ahead and plant, and then you've used up the water in the storage areas, and you're looking for the well to make up the difference, and you submit the well monitoring data to the county, and they go, oh, sorry, you have to stop using the well, and you've already planted. So I'm just wondering if there are other, is there a more proactive way to address that concern to make sure you have the water you need? That's why I asked about, could you keep the cultivation area up the hill that's on a separate well? And then, what other, potential mitigation area, thinking ahead kind of mitigation steps could you take? Would it be, looking at the rainfall as of April 1st or something, whenever you would normally start your seeds, actually it's earlier than that, and saying, okay, I only got, whatever percent of my rainfall this year, and so I'm only going to plant, whatever percent of my cultivation area. I mean, I'm just worried that, you're not going to have enough water. I do think the consultant, by using the 42.7 inches of rainfall in their calculations for, what they can recover is, that's a gross estimate, overestimate. I mean, you say you're being conservative on different issues, but on that you're giving yourself a lot more water than historically, the Hayfork Basin gets. So I'm just really concerned about that. I don't think that you've addressed the Department of Cannabis control question about stream-related water resources that are connected to the aquifer. Because Salt Creek does go subsurface during really dry years. And so obviously there's that connection to the aquifer. And so that concern hasn't been addressed. So anyway, I don't think that you have enough assurance that you are going to have the water you need. And I don't think there's the assurance that you're not going to affect the stream. The way things are currently written, I think they could be written much better.
Could you tell, how deep is the well?
It's like 100 feet is what they proposed.
No, how deep is the well?
And we haven't even gotten to that part of it yet. We're just trying to get you know?
This
You have not drilled a well
There's
yet.
nothing.
No.
for like 100 feet.
It's proposed for 100 feet, which
So there-
anything under
Yeah, we,
100, oh, what is it? It's
We
surface
have,
water is 100 feet and
Salt
less.
Creek and Philpott Creek,
Yeah, Philpott, mm-hmm.
we have both there. When we built in 2000, I stupidly said, the house is gonna be here, the well had to be within so many feet from the corner of the house. So many feet from Philpott, you know, we had all these setbacks we had to go with. And what we did, I said, it's gonna be here. And I called up some rocks and we had the guy from Salt Creek Growers come out and drill the well. The first thing he hit was water, but he said it's surface water, and asked did we want to go further. We went further, what was it, 88 feet down, and we hit water. And all through the years of drought, we've never run out of water.
Thank you for that comment, ma'am. Appreciate that information.
That's just for domestic use. We weren't irrigating a pot farm.
Sure, understood, no.
But he has the potential across the way to maybe come up with a couple of wells that he could possibly have adequate water.
Do you folks understand aquifer and how a pull on an aquifer will affect your water as well?
Yeah, we
Okay.
wound up in an aquifer.
Okay.
So, there are a lot of other cannabis operations along Hayfork Creek, so based on what you guys have said, I'm assuming that they have a similar condition about if they were starting to see, you know, inadequate water recovery in their wells, they would have had to stop using the wells. Do you know if any of those operations had to cease using the wells this past year when it was so dry?
I would not be able to speak to that because I don't have enough experience with past approvals for projects.
And I would suggest that there is zero enforcement in this county.
Yeah, well, that's my concern. They're gonna keep using the well.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think the operation, I mean, from what I get feedback from folks in the county, and it's a drumbeat now, especially with drought conditions how they've been in the last couple of years, is that we just see water truck after water truck after water truck in South County. I mean, we complained about it here in Weaverville, that the big issue is in South County, and it's a constant drumbeat of what is being done about the water trucks. And that is how the water is being, you know, brought in, and it's what will happen in most of these situations because the water doesn't add up. The math isn't there, and the water's not there.
If I may, my understanding is it is the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Water Board that regulate water. Right? It's our agency, the county, does not regulate water. And so our role here is to see if this fits within the ordinance at hand. And it is the state agencies, the Water Board and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. The Water Board, or they both, Water Board handles discharge and the Department of Fish and Wildlife regulates groundwater and surface water. And with, again, using the example of my farm, prior farm, my well was 165 feet deep, and they said that it was surface water and that I could not use it. So they do regulate the depths of the water. And so if they dig a well and it's hydrologically connected to Salt Creek, which they have ways of testing that based on the different types of water and the depths of it, they're not going to be allowed to use it. And so if, let's say, people are talking, referring to farmers using water that they're not supposed to, that's not in our purview of this governing board.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, we got comments from the Department of Cannabis Control, and it's saying that we're supposed to be looking at the impacts of groundwater diversions on the health of the underlying aquifer, including impacts on other users, and impacts on stream-related resources. So, and then that concern was addressed by a condition in this permit, which I don't think the condition that supposedly addresses that concern is only the monitoring of well recovery data. And so I don't think that's a sufficient condition to address the concern that DCC said we should be addressing.
And what was the Department of Fish and Wildlife's, did they have input on this project?
I think it was mostly critters.
Frogs.
Frogs.
Surface water being affected, right?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, do you have any comments on this?
Y'all are doing great.
This is a deep one. There's a lot here.
Unintended.
Yeah, and granted, if the water is surface water, if it is hydrologically connected to Salt Creek, it should not be used, and it ought not be used. But on ag lands, if they drill 200 feet deep and they're able to get 20 gallons a minute or 50 gallons a minute, it is a very appropriate location for the farm. The challenge is that they haven't dug the well yet.
Sure.
And so, you know, if oftentimes these projects come before us and they already have that in place. And so, based on our regulations, they cannot use surface water. Like, absolutely, surface water is prohibited from using any time of year.
Sure.
But the well may not be using surface water, the well may just be not recharging the base flow of the creek.
It's the aquifer.
They're interfering with the water that's essentially would normally be moving to the creek. They're capturing that.
So isn't the distinction there's surface water and groundwater are two different water sources that if the surface water is hydrologically connected to the groundwater, it's technically surface water, right? Like if it to be considered groundwater, it cannot be connected at all to the surface water. That's my understanding. Because that's why Department of Fish and Wildlife was telling me I could not use my well even though it was 165 feet deep.
I know, you know, all water eventually flows down. All water, whether it be surface or creek, in some way replenishes the aquifers that are surface or non-surface. They are all connected. I don't think it's one or the other. I mean, it can't be. I mean, rain falls from the sky, eventually it replenishes the aquifer.
Well, especially the Hayfork Basin, you know, it's been a long time since I looked at the hydrology of it, but my understanding is because it's alluvial, that, you know, it is moving relatively shallowly, the water, and that's why it's a critical water resource overlay zone, because there's not a lot of recharge,
right.
You know, so that's why again I'm concerned about, you know, impacts to the stream. So I have a motion, maybe.
Let's hear it.
Okay. I apologize again. So I understand what you're trying to do with the project, and I'm just trying to make sure that you don't get cut off at the knees. You're not led down some rosy path, that you're going to have the water and that the county's not going to come say to you in August, you can't use that well anymore, and sorry that you used up all the water in your storage tanks. You know, I would like to have a higher level of assurance for you that you have that water. You know, one way could be, you know, redoing the calculations with a longer period of rainfall than the 10 years that was looked at, and maybe proposing more mitigation measures like keeping the cultivation site on the east side that's up the hill. I mean, just how to make the water budget work. And so I move that item 6 be continued to March 10th so that more accurate water availability can be calculated and that impacts to stream-related resources can be addressed.
I think I like the motion. I think what I would like to add, because it is a new project, that the project be developed in a way that stays within the variances that are set out by the county. So we can start with the project that's not required to come back to us every year for approval, but we can actually do a nice commercial project that hopefully makes money for these folks, meets our county guidelines, and everybody's happy long-term, not for 1 year.
And I hear what you're saying, but since this is a use permit is different than an annual license. And so, like county council had mentioned that they would like to get more information on how that variance would work. And so I think that continuing it till the next meeting would help us to gather, to provide us with more data based on the type of variance that it is.
Okay. So if I'm understanding correctly, I would be moving that item 6 be continued to March 10th so that more accurate water availability can be calculated and that impacts to stream-related resources be addressed and a potential layout that does not require a variance be proposed.
Correct. Do I have a second?
Never mind.
I'll second it.
Need a roll call on this? Debbie?
Yes, there's a resolution involved. Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you for your time. Okay. Do we have any planning commissioner reports?
I have something I'd like to say.
Commissioner Heaton, please proceed.
As most everybody knows, that being from Ruth, we were severely impacted by the August complex fire. And I've had multiple people come to me, and in fact, when I found out, we were lucky that we didn't have the meeting last month because I was ticked and I was fuming. But anyhow, what it is there's a thing called the camping ordinance. And the camping ordinance doesn't, well, they were gracious to allow us to give the people, and the camping ordinance, for those who don't know, from what Supervisor Frazier informed me there yesterday when we were at the house, it was that it was to prevent growers, from what I understand, so they don't live in a trailer on their property it was basically a year of what it was. And then it was like, and then if after the 1 year period, they become in violation because of many times the illegal grows and everything else that transpired were just absolutely, they terrorized the place. Well, after the August complex fire, it was like we've had so many people who lost absolutely everything and they have no other place to go, and the county and the supervisors gave them an extension of a 2 year, up to 2 years to get it. And we're dealing with people, one couple, he's a World War II vet, and it was like they didn't have insurance on their house, and it was like they lost absolutely everything. And then it's like, if you're not there, and people are like, I know many people who are like, we're not sure if we're ever gonna be able to come back. They bought property within a couple of months, and then the fire comes in and lose absolutely everything because there's no insurance and stuff like that. And my thing is like, we're being to where it's like, okay, you have 2 years and you have to have a permitted structure. Some of these people have spent their whole lives to get a permitted structure and get them to where they were, and then they lose absolutely everything, and then we say, you have 2
Can I speak to that? So, I don't believe the county code reads like that. So, you have 2 years to pull a permit, okay, and get a conditional use permit to have your trailer on that property while you build. So there is allowances for the trailers, and if you pull the permit and are actively working on that permit, that can go on, as we've seen here, for years.
Okay. Okay, but I wanted to share one other thought that I have with that. It's like we also have these laws that we don't enforce anyhow.
That's true.
And it was like, what's the point in making a law if you're not going to enforce it? I could tell you, if everybody who's been to Ruth, and it was like, and I don't want to name names or anybody, but it's like there's a place, and the people are friends of mine and all that, but it's like, there's people who, they've had these laws in effect, and it was like, yet there's people living in trailer houses and stuff that are just, there's no permits, whatever, they're just living there. And it was like, and if we don't enforce the rules that we have, why even have a rule? It was like, because it kind of defeats the purpose, and then it's like, then if you have people who do go in and try to do it, it's like, it makes it rough.
I would like to address that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, first off, we work off complaints for code. So if the neighbors aren't going to turn in the neighbors, chances are we're probably not going to route somebody out unless we have a reason to be on that piece of property. So that's one. But I do agree with you, and the part of our code that you're talking about is temporary occupancies.
Okay.
And it has basically 3 different versions to that. One of them allows for you to use your camp trailer or your fifth wheel, your RV, whatever you have, you can park it on the property for, a couple of weeks at a time, as long as, you're, you have your approved water source, or, if you're going to be there for a while, approved sanitation, and you get a permit if you need power. So, and there's another one that you can have up to 90 days you can be on the property. That's a permit. These are typically through a director's use permit, which I think is what you're talking about, the urgency ordinance. And then the third one is to get a director's use permit to have an RV on your property while you're constructing your house or your business or whatever it is that you're doing. And that permit can be renewed if you're not finished with your construction, can be renewed probably as long as you're building on your house. But you have to keep up with that. The problem that we run into is there are a number of people that will apply for a house, and they will apply for a director's use permit for an RV, but they never build the house. They just keep renewing it. And so the RV stays, and that's a problem. I have talked to Supervisor Frazier about this portion of our code on several different occasions, and we've talked about a number of potential solutions to that. And so I think in the future, you will probably see some interest on making some changes to that. What it will look like ultimately, I couldn't tell you, but there is an interest to take a look at that ordinance.
Okay, thank you, because it's like, I didn't know the full scope of everything. All I know is what people are coming and telling me.
Sure.
And it was like, and I hadn't looked at everything, but it was like, and I have people so overwhelmed.
Oh,
and
I'm sure.
And it was like, and all of a sudden they tell me something, and I hate to say it, but then all of a sudden I get irritated. How dare they? But it was like, so I'm sorry, but it was like, but I thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
And I think that would be something wise to look into. And then besides it, there's also this element that I think about, it's like, it's kind of silly to waste our time to make an ordinance if
That
we
we
don't
do not
have the
enforce.
manpower or the desire to ever enforce, and it was like.
Right, and there's a number of different ways for that temporary occupancy to be used.
Yeah.
And I'll give you an example. I worked for Shasta County for a number of years, and for construction, if somebody wanted to live on their property in an RV, it was a building permit, a miscellaneous building permit for $50. We made sure their power was safe.
Beautiful.
So, you know, there are alternatives to charging somebody $751 to be able to live on their property while they're constructing their house. You know, there's alternatives. And that's definitely on the radar.
Thank you.
So, speaking of alternatives, I would just like to echo what our constituents have mentioned with regards to Class K. Last time it was mentioned, it was brought up, it was mentioned that Supervisor Frazier is working on an ordinance.
Yes.
Is there progress being made on that?
Yes, there is.
Good.
Sweet.
It's great to hear.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
And I can tell you that from personal experience.
All right. Well, that's great news. Also, it's something that has been requested over the couple years that I've been here is training, commissioner training.
Yes.
I believe all of us could use some training, and I've talked to prior commissioners who the county has provided that platform for them to go to Sacramento or whatever is needed, but I think that it's due time for us to have that.
Sure. And I would welcome you, you know, if you come across a training that you think is interesting and you'd like to bring to my attention, I would also be more than willing to seek out training as well.
I can actually steer that. I actually have a link to Sacramento where we can go do a training that actually Mike gave me when I first came on. So I can share that with you guys all over our county emails, and maybe we can do a junket and all go down there together.
Yeah, that's where Mike and John Brower,
Correct.
They went.
Yep.
I still got a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, no, he said it was great. It's a 3-day training. County pays for it. It's through the state. I'll send you guys the link, and maybe we can all come together within the next 90 days or so on the date. I think that's absolutely necessary. We are all really green, so I think that would benefit all of us.
Yep, thank you.
Great, I will do that.
All right, let me know.
Yeah, I'll forward that to you guys tomorrow.
Cool, right on.
So I have a question. Are the Form 700s due by March 1st?
They are due by April, I think April 18th.
It's the 12th.
Is it the
It's my
12th?
birthday. I filled mine out.
There
today.
you go.
I
Okay.
was like, is that
So-
because it's my birthday, or is it just?
I've always been terrible
ironic?
about those and not turned them in till April.
Set
So
mine
I'm
today.
trying to set a better example.
Thank you.
And this might be for a question for HR with regards to our tax forms for the big bucks that we get paid for being up here.
Your W-2s.
Yeah, our W-2s.
I have your W-2s. I need to get you your W-2s.
My wife is like, when are you gonna get that so we can file?
Sorry about that.
That's awesome.
Yes, I have them, and I'm really kind of embarrassed I didn't think about bringing them.
You're actually out of compliance.
I know.
Just saying.
Yeah.
So in that case,
Yeah.
either you send them
Yes.
to us or we can pick them up.
Either way, what would be your preference? And I will make it happen tomorrow.
Yeah, by mail would be great.
That worked good for me, mail.
Okay, everybody good, Mel?
Yep.
All right.
Is there any
In the mail
other
tomorrow.
reports, commissioners? Anything? Okay, planning director report?
So we pretty much talked about a lot of stuff I had on my list, because I wanted to let you know that I was working with Dan Frazier and Liam Gogan on the limited density rural dwelling ordinance. So, you know, that's happening. It's pretty interesting, actually. A lot of things that I had not thought about as possibilities or things that you would look at, but So we're working on that. I am also working with the supervisors hired a person that writes ordinances. And they are working on cannabis ordinances and probably a couple of other things. So your first view of how that's all going to roll out is with the special meeting that we have scheduled for February 24th. So,
Oh, it's the 24th, not the 25th?
24th. So, yeah, so we're going to do a workshop on the 24th. That may end up spilling over into the March 10th meeting, depending on how things go. But that is just the start. So we're going to have, I don't have a completed time schedule yet, but there are a number of things that will be going. So that's pretty exciting too.
So on a staff level question,
Yes.
how is the CAO resignation going to affect you? And us?
You know, that's a really good question. So part of the mitigation for my department, you know, in regard to, you know, basically losing Director Hunter and with the CAO retiring, etc., we worked very diligently to create a position called a division director. That'll be a division director for cannabis. So not only did we get that position created, we have screened applicants, done interviews, and we currently have an offer pending to a gentleman that I think will fit very nicely within our organization, has significant experience both working with cannabis and also in a government agency. So I think that's going to be very beneficial. It will help our department. I can't tell you where we're at as far as the director recruitment. I know that they have received candidates. Those candidates are being screened by the company that, you know, sent out the recruitment. And I have not heard if there is a date for any kind of interviews on that. But that's about what I can tell you for now.
Thanks for that.
I'm not
Lisa.
too worried at this point.
Good. Yeah, that's good. I think we'll be fine. Okay, well, if that's everything, I'd like to call this meeting of the Planning Commission adjourned.
All right.
I second that.
I think that's yours. Let's get fire started.